And we're live.
What?
What? Yes.
It did it again in 11 seconds.
At least they didn't change the string key this time.
Don't give it any ideas. Maybe it's a new feature, rotating keys every 45 minutes. You're on Twitch.
Yeah.
And judging from the clock on the return video, we're about 3 seconds behind the stream.
We're about 3 seconds behind the stream?
I mean, YouTube has the single sign-on thing now for their streaming, so maybe Twitch is doing that now.
Who knows?
Surprise rollout.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Hey, we're getting ready for another Linux Gamecast Weekly. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about, of course, as is probably going to be the Welcome to the Brave New World. We got some new stuff, new hotness on the Steam decks. Yeah, we do. We even got a little benchmark for it, and a couple of new games, some game updates. Look at the Twitch bot being on spot this week. And speaking of Twitch, we got to talk about the Twitch hack, because that happened. NVIDIA,
we got some tech
NVIDIA
tips.
is threatening to release a card that you can't buy to compete with another card that you still can't buy. And, oh, right, GTA's back in the news, and it's not good.
Now we know why.
Oh, right.
Man, it's the weird thing about living in the greater Toronto area. GTA is always in the news here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess it is, right?
Yeah.
What is Lina Cat want? LG? Oh, I thought that was like a protein sequence, man. Damn.
Yeah. Is there an L protein?
It's like, what are you trying to make over there?
Jurassic Park, man.
Okay.
Man, I watched that entire thing with Goldblum and Cox. Right. Yeah. That man's ADHD is strong.
I happened to cut that on. And it was like, who's doing something? I need background noise. Oh, look, the guy with the red hair is on. And I hit that and I walked off. I'm like, why is he watching Jeff Goldblum? Like, what is he doing? Doing like a reaction video? Then I finally cruised back in and I'm like, oh no, he's in like hanging out with, all right, that's what I posted. I'm like, okay, that might go somewhere entertaining. Maybe if it was a different game, but that doesn't look like a terribly fun game. It was Jurassic Park Simulator where you, Sim City 2000, but more people get eaten.
Sim Park,
something like that.
And you can, and there's a mode where like it breaks out and the dinosaurs go into the city and you have to like manage the people like that. Here's the thing. That is the wrong game to put Jeff Goldblum in front of, because that did not maintain his attention at all. And Cox was struggling. He was doing his damn bestest to try and keep that shit on topic. And Goldblum's just like, no, man, my brain is elsewhere.
Well, he wasn't getting paid to do that. That was like part of his.
I mean, he is insofar as he made a bunch of fucking money from Jurassic World.
Yeah,
so.
that was just part of like the
promotion.
Yeah, gauntlet thing.
And Cox was talking about that. Apparently, he was just like Goldblum was just crazy busy the entire day. Like he was waiting there and he just saw like Jeff running back and forth and doing shit.
I mean, we could be wrong. You could be watching Jesse like stream next week and just see Goldblum walking around the background eating a hot dog. I was like, what's up?
Maybe.
I mean, it is Goldblum. I mean, it's not Bill Murray.
Yeah, I was gonna make the Bill Murray comparison of like him showing up and stealing your fries and it's like, no one will ever believe you.
Right.
It's true, but I don't know. That's like that sounds like a Bill Murray move, but there's no way to prove it. And if you ask Bill, he'll deny it, even if he doesn't fucking remember it. Even if he remembers it perfectly, he'll deny it.
Did you see the After Dark screensaver, Jordan? Or are you too young to remember After Dark?
I saw you.
My mom had that on 311.
I'm a little too young for After Dark.
I remember the After Dark screensavers and the guy on the island, which was
Johnny Castaway.
Okay, I didn't know the name, but I'd seen it, and I have that more reinforced because the guy went down and like did a post-mortem on it recently of like all the logic behind that.
Wait, the tubes and shit weren't that, right? The tubes
no, that
and
was
the
like
maze.
The default one built into
No,
Windows.
the 3D tubes were the that was one of the defaults.
Right. I'm wondering if I'm like misremembering the name or something. I don't know.
It's your brain
Yeah,
trying
no,
to
the
heal,
After
man.
Dark ones. My mom, she got it from her cousin that lived in France, and he brought a bunch of floppy disks with a bunch of software.
That sounds like piracy,
And,
Pedro. I don't think that's what you mean to say.
Okay, well,
He leased them from the local video store. But yeah,
So
no, we
these
were going through all of them.
Macintosh ones, yeah?
They had versions for Windows too, but yes, that's where they started.
You know what? They need to go back in business, man. You could use that for your OLEDs.
Yes. Cut down on that burning.
Oh man, when I was working at the gas station, the POS terminals we had some real bad burn-in, and I'm like, oh, right, that's when they say that's what screensavers are for. This is what they meant. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, fortunately, it's not necessarily an issue with IPS screens, but it terrifies me even... Okay, it doesn't terrify me, but it is a legitimate concern. Somewhere in the back of my brain meets, like when we're doing the show, it's the only time I have the bottom, my launcher in XFC up, so I can keep a track at the time. I'm like, I don't know if that should be up so long. It's going to... No, I mean, it's not, but try telling my brain that. It's constantly like, hey, you need to take that away. I've never experienced burn-in on anything. I'm thinking,
If you
no.
go to a bank, like a physical bank,
Oh,
and they
no,
have
no,
the
I've
screen.
seen it. I've seen it. That's why I had to roll back the autocorrect. But I've never had anything with burn-in.
I have never owned anything with burn-in. I have used things with burn-in.
Would you buy something with burn-in?
CRT.
If the burn-in was something really funny, maybe.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see the LCD TV that might have had a bit of pornography burnt into it that was available?
See,
for
like, I would get something like that. Sure, yeah.
What am I doing? I can't show that on stream. Never mind.
Right, it's not the free Super Shostin anymore.
There was a TV of someone who put our playlist on YouTube just playing and then left the house. And when they came back, it was frozen on my face. So I know my face is burned into someone's TV.
And that.
Well, I mean,
is
the
how
session
show
just
became
crashed.
cursed.
It's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, when I started getting into like people getting custom screensavers, that was when the Matrix had just come out. So everyone had the Matrix text screensaver.
yes, that was immediately available in KDE. That was oh yes,
They made a GL accelerated version of the Matrix screensaver.
The Digital Rain, yeah.
GL Matrix or Matrix GL, depending on which version of X screensaver extras you're downloading.
I don't remember, man. I mean, that is something I immediately disable now, which is on by default for some reason in XFC. I know every time I reimage these things. Because, well, when I say I know, I realize it about 30 minutes into a show, and yeah.
I get why they do it. On like a default install, you want to do it as a security thing. But
Yeah, just trigger the lock screen. Yeah.
Linux just works wrong. That's not how Linux should work. Stay tuned.
it should only be accessible via teletypewriter from like attached to a phone pole in the middle of fucking nowhere. You can go like.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, one of the RGB modes that this cheapo mechanical keyboard
Is teletypewriter mode.
No, it's the Digital Rain Matrix one, and you can have full RGB Digital Rain, or you can just set it to green. It's like, okay, I see. Right, okay.
I don't know why, but every time I hear Digital Rain now, I just think of Robo Prince.
Not me. See, I don't understand it, like the cycling RGB stuff, because I was cutting this nonsense on behind me, which I do that with a super fancy remote. They're all the same too. The other remote I have to control the other thing, they all work with the same thing. And that cuts on the background and the lighting down below here. And I hit the wrong button and it was cycling It's like, I can live with that. That's fine. That'll be something new for like 3 minutes. I was like, fuck that. Nope.
Oh, you mean cycling RGB like Sue?
Like what?
Oh.
What was that, Pedro? I couldn't hear you.
Look at the monitor next to Van.
I have it on exactly one thing because I set up live rat tag and it just did this by default and I never bothered to go into the thing and turn it off.
All right.
Man, okay. This is a weird one. You know those inserts in the CD jewel cases that actually held the CD? There are the ones with like the all black plastic and then the ones with the clear plastic. Did any of you have a thing where like you preferred one over the other? Because I really just wanted all my CD cases to have the black plastic tab instead of the clear one. I hated that.
No, because
I always removed all of my CDs from the jewel
sleeves.
cases and put them in the those little pouches that had the sleeves, the two-sided ones.
Yeah, I didn't always have one of those. I had to beg the parents.
Oh,
like,
no.
please buy me CD wallet. And they're like,
See,
no.
it was the thing because for my Saturn games, my parents were like, "No, these are taking way too much space on the shelf. You get one of these." Like, oh, that's cool. All right.
And that's why you didn't grow up to hoard video games.
Just some specific ones.
Well, I mean, that's not true. It just takes up hard drive space now.
No, listen,
Yes.
man, listen, if you got a couple of games, you got like some big box, you got decoration, you got some stuff like Rohit's got. He was like, hey, I want to break this up and put that up. If you got a wall, that's cool. I'm not knocking on your hobby, but that's a whole different animal, man. Because I have one big box Loki game still. Well, no, I still got the Quake. I got the Quake somewhere.
I know. I specifically bought the box with Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, and Fallout 2 because Black Isle special.
Well, you got like the little doll too, didn't you?
Yeah,
That was
the
from,
Dark Souls 2 one. Yep. Because the Steam code had not been redeemed. And the full collector's edition for Dark Souls 2 was £30. And it wasn't even that, it was like 20 something. Okay. Give.
I don't know. And one thing I realize is I cannot watch anybody streaming Trackmania. That just makes me want to play Trackmania. I was watching somebody stream that, and what it made me do is go check what the price of regular Trackmania is. I was like, are they having a sale? If it's down to like $20, I'll buy some people some extra copies and we can play the original Trackmania. I'm not. $60.
I bought it on sale. It was like €5 when I bought it.
For me, it's principle
the
because I own a box
original
copy.
forever.
Not a regular box copy, the enhanced with the 3D glasses, the most expensive one they made, and they will not give me a Steam key for it. Told me to get wrecked. Yeah, that's right, baby.
Ubisoft owns them now, and they can't go around giving stuff up. No.
Oh, I asked them way back in the day. Say, hey. I'm like, nah. And it's impossible to play Windows games under Linux without Steam.
Yeah.
Again, listen, I just need to check. I need to check
else.
the stream delay. All right. That's all. I'm gonna redo this shot. I got a little bit of monitor down there. You see it?
Not really, no.
Oh yeah, there's like a teeny tiny little lip.
Okay, yeah.
Like teeny tiny.
I could probably wiggle the monitor, but I don't feel like wiggling a 43-inch monitor right now. Just gonna. That'd be good.
Just let it annoy people.
Well, you don't, this is the only shot you see it in. You're welcome for pointing it out, by the way. Focus on that.
And nothing else.
It's okay. It's not like you had the Acer logo in the shot for how long?
1 week that I put a piece of gaffer tape over it. And told Acer that I'd be more than happy to take that off for a certain amount of money. I did not get a call. All right, let's get into it. Tap that pause. I wonder if we're gonna get a Rick and Morty. Yeah, when's the new Rick and Morty coming out? How many years?
I don't know. Are we gonna get the Rick and Morty movie?
I don't know, man. Maybe.
The Rick and Morvy?
Locked. Good and good. Yes. I'm gonna tilt that fan down a little bit. It's chilly.
It's that time of year.
It's 21 degrees.
It's just been fucking humid, rainy and humid.
I tried to live that life a couple of nights ago. I'm like, oh, I'm going to just open the windows. It's nice. But it was 100% humidity. I'm like, no, can't sleep sticky. Nope. HVAC system back on.
Walking through a room feels like walking through just Jello.
Or just trying to lay down, but, achieve the form of human burrito. And you're like, ew, no,
Yeah. It's like form a wet burrito. You've got like the lining of sweat on the inside. You're just like, ah.
Not good.
Nope.
And welcome back to another Linux Gamecast Weekly. The show covers the latest Linux gaming news, reviews, how-tos, and most importantly, whatever the hell else we come up with. I'm Vin. That man over there. Look at him. He's evil, but he's still Canadian, so we love him. One Jordan Swang and Pedro Mateus. Hi, Pedro. How are you doing? Are you doing well?
I am, actually.
Okay, that's all we needed to hear.
Not looking.
Okay. Together, joining us live on Twitch, Chatrealm Dynamic, helping us form. Cocaine, wrong button. Yeah.
I put up the 2 fingers. I get fucking Linus flipping me off. Excellent. Professional.
It was a process of elimination, man. I had...
How many buttons does that stream deck have?
Too many.
12. Yes, too many.
Okay, so you went through 1, 2, 3 of them, so a fourth.
I had one left on the bottom row, then it would have been credits, is what I had.
See, that would have been good. Welcome back, and credits. We're done.
Right. So, yeah, before we get started, we'd like to see what's going on in each other's last organs. I just want to go real quick that I got the YouTuber special. Look at it. Oh, the pinnacle of audio interface technology, according to YouTubers. And yeah. So we're going to be doing Interface Linux on this, and this is the new one too. This is the Generation 3. It's got the USB-C port on the back that is USB 2. But yeah, stay tuned on that. But I'm going to be doing another interfacing Linux just on this and OBS Basics video for, new Linux users, how to get everything set up with your webcam, audio interface. And I thought this is a good analog because this is one people probably already have. And it's there. And of course it's used because I'm me. There is that. Anything new with you? That's not level. All right. Again, it was used. You would only expect unlevel quality like that out of our friends at Behringer. You were saying, Pedro, before you were so rudely interrupted.
I was just going to say, I'm not particularly looking forward to next week, but that's just because work hasn't really let up at all. So, yeah, no. So, anyone have any of that cushy job thing going on? Because I think I'm looking for one at this point.
I can get you a job at System 76.
From the UK?
Yeah, they could probably use someone in that time zone.
We could probably weasel you a job at like Collabora.
Maybe.
Yeah. That is actually something that I hadn't considered because I've actually been looking at literally anything else because my head is slowly turning into mush and the paycheck isn't really changing. So
I know for a fact Canonical is looking for an SRE, so maybe you want to look into that. You want?
I'm not entirely sure they would.
What was
They would give me a job.
I know we posted in Discord. It was like a full stack web dev.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that. That not my thing.
Oh, now you're picky. Got it.
It's more of the development bit that I'm not a programmer. That I am not.
Not with that attitude.
That hasn't stopped me.
Case in point, our resident developer, Jordan. How's the GTA going?
Oh man, it's great. I was walking down the street and then some hooker punched me in the head and stole all my money, and then I had to chase them down.
Oh, really?
And then someone turned the gravity off, and then I went flying upwards.
No, I thought somebody like came out from the street corner and was like, "Hey man, you want some discount rat poison?"
No, that was just an advertisement. In bold Cyrillic letters, cheap and effective rat poison. No, I haven't been up to much. I've been applying to jobs, been doing the job hunt thing. Man, I gotta say, have you ever had an application that made you do like focus and memory testing before they gave you an interview? Because I had to do that, and it was like the most insulting, like 5-year-old count the numbers on this calendar shit. And oh my god!
No, I've had the Briggs-Meyer personality tests.
Oh, see,
no.
I know how to fake those. I know the cheat code to give the personality type that they want. I'm talking about like, here's the calendar. How many non-weekend days are there from the holiday bullshit? Like,
I've never had the closest thing to that is I've definitely had a psych eval before. Like for a fucking job, and like, oh, okay, it kind of made sense. But on the flip side of that, I've never administered bullshit like that because I've always despised interview questions like, oh, let's fuck around. Like,
yeah, it is insulting. I felt insulted while taking this test.
And I am straight up just saying things like, game, like, oh, fizz buzz. I would never do that to a person. Like, give them a real fucking problem that you've encountered at the place that they're going to be employed at and see if they can fucking solve it. Give them Google because you want to see if they can use that shit. Don't give them like, oh, let's see how far we can get it before we trip them up. It's not a fucking game. Don't do that to people. You're not going to get the best.
At the very least, like get the thought process, because like the specifics may be wrong, but the specifics are always wrong. You're never gonna know that until you press the button and an error shows up. But like, yeah, I don't know. Also, I lifted a bunch of heavy stuff, so that was cool.
Right on. So we got to talk about this. We're not going to make a whole segment out of it, but we want to get it right out of the beginning of the show. I'm sure everyone watched the latest Linus. What is it? The WAN show. It's not the Tech Tips. The one that wacky guy does back here.
Frank?
I was kind of, man, look, have you seen Frank like man? He's wearing a tie these days, getting your job.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Man. I didn't have $600
that Christmas
on
tie,
the 7-foot tall Home Depot skeleton, but I wanted that 12-foot tall Home Depot skeleton.
I was very disappointed. But last week, we were all informed that they're going to be doing, Linus and Luke are going to be doing a Linux challenge, and they're playing chicken with it. So they're both going to keep running desktop Linux and have their experience until somebody calls it quits. Which we do got to talk about that because it's a very popular YouTube channel. And,
got to get them clicks.
We got the updates. This week. Pedro, what has the internet come up and said that they're running?
Luke has been very mysterious about it. No one's been able to really point out exactly what, but he did say that he used Mint before, so he would probably go with that. Linus, on the other hand, he let slip that he was using Kate. So it's like, oh, it's KDE based, right? So then they did some digging, and apparently he's using Manjaro with KDE.
So he set himself up for failure right off the bat. Cool.
Especially with his setup, because he has his computer in another room, and it's all going via a Thunderbolt cable.
Yeah. I was listening to that, and it's like, well, you picked the worst possible combination of software. Do we want to say intentionally, or is it just like you reached your hand into the hat with like the paper strips of recommendations, and you like just went with whatever you pulled out?
You know what?
I guess
I'm going to say a counterpoint to that is like if I was going with the most bizarrest bullshit setup, Arch is probably where my first shot would come at, hardware support wise.
Maybe, but that's
maybe to it. That's where I'd go. That's where the newest shit is. It's not anywhere else. It's going to be in fucking Arch.
And also, the Steam Deck Game Gear will be using
Valve.
Yeah, SteamOS 3 will be Arch based, so I can see that point. It's like, okay, so Valve is going with that. Let's get as close to that without actually, going to the by the way I use Arch realm.
No, you got to be able to say, by the way, I used Arch. Now, it was cute. Luke had to explain why Fedora was meme, and he was like, the meme, the Fedora thing, get it? Like, oh, wow.
Yes, despite Linus going, it's like, no, I need you to recommend a serious suggestion.
Hey, man, you can't use a meme distro. We've already ruled that out. So going by what they were talking about, they were just like initial experiences. Luke, I remember last week, because we all three are watching this now. This is like,
unfortunately,
30-minute segment. Hang on. Remind me to go back into like the random GitHub rant halfway through. But Luke apparently has run Linux back in university. He did have a problem. He's like, yeah, I got things set up. He's no problems. And he's like, oh, have you tried other launchers? And he was talking about Lutris. And Linus said, well, no, I barely got it installed and sound didn't work. Then I came back the next day and sound worked because computers do stuff while you're sleeping. And that's kind of where they're at. Did he say he got into a game? He got a game working?
Yeah, he was actually Cave Story Plus was the game that Linus brought up. And he did bring up something that we have encountered, which is games spawning like halfway out of the screen.
Valid criticism.
The way that he actually got around that was interesting. He went into big picture mode, and if you launched it from big picture, it spawned in the center of the screen. But then he closed big picture mode, and it went back to being halfway. And then he drops I haven't even started playing with Proton yet. I was like, why not?
Because that wouldn't be a very accurate representation of what the Steam Deck is. Wait, oh.
No. See, people are really going to play native games on the Steam Deck.
Yeah, that entire conversation was frustrating, to say the least.
Yes.
I think for us, it's going to be difficult to watch, but I think we're all watching it. We're like, you got this. You can figure this out, right? Like, you would have to be intentionally obtuse not to be able... Like, is that just being too familiar with the subject material?
Maybe, but you know, when you have people talking about like having trouble installing NVIDIA drivers, when most of the time the distribution will do that for you.
They both of them were actively having a conversation and trying to figure out how to say Nuvo.
It's
like they're both Canadian. What?
How dare you talk about Jordan's people like that?
It's okay. They're from Western Canada. It doesn't count.
Oh, you're going to let somebody from Toronto get away with that? All right.
East Coast, baby.
We were talking about this in the pre super shows, and if you want that full thing, just go check it out if you're a patron. But Nuvo is there much like Internet Explorer exists on Windows. It's to download Chrome or Firefox. Nuvo is to get you, maybe in a good day, you're not going to have a problem with it, to a graphical installer to install the drivers. It is not meant, unlike, and I do have that, here's a very real question, is that confusion there? Because with AMD open source drivers, you're done. Kernel support, get the Mesa in, I think 9 times out of 13, it's going to work out of the box, or people's, the messaging that off? I
think it might be, because when you see a lot of like Forbes articles on Linux or something like that, and they bring up NVIDIA drivers, and usually the open source drivers for NVIDIA come into the conversation at some point. And yeah, I think with the sort of de facto marketing of Linux being, it's the open source platform, therefore you would want to use the open source drivers. It makes sense from a certain perspective, but I mean, but again, you talk to anyone who's been using Linux for any amount of time, and they'll go, "Yeah, don't use Nuvo. It's not. It is I said in the pre super shows, I will defend the Nouveau devs to my last fucking dying breath. They have taken on a Herculean task, and against all odds are succeeding. But those drivers are not for people who want to use their computers. They're
a baseline that you can expect to be able to start it and install it. That's it.
They go through the process of grinding down the GPUs layer by layer and running GL tests to figure out what the hell is going on. Like, that is intense work that needs to be done, that NVIDIA should frankly be doing and publishing the results.
We had to place the bet. Now, let's go back and touch real quick before we get into everything. There was like a solid 10-minute rant about GitHub, which is a Microsoft product.
Yes.
Yeah, I tapped out for that one.
What was that about? Like...
Because apparently going to GitHub and downloading random scripts off the internet is something that Linux people do. That
stuff that
will
Windows
seem to be
users
the
do.
general theme. It's like,
okay, I think I cut the end about the scripts. I cut that, and I cut the part in the video where if anybody said anything negative about how this was going down, they would be toxic, which, like, come on. I don't know, man.
There is legitimate criticism to be leveled at what has been set up until now, but the actual episodes of the things aren't out yet, so I will reserve any harsher judgment until then.
I don't have any judgment, because at the end of the day, man, I don't care what operating system you run. You'll never, ever catch me trying to convince somebody to run Linux. I've been down that road decades ago. Nope, that's fine. I will help somebody if they show interest in all that fun stuff. But if we had to place a bet, who is going to be okay, let's just go ahead and do a reality check. Is anyone seriously thinking, oh, one of them is going to just keep running Linux forevers and evers? No.
Oh, hell no.
That's not even on the table. Just push that aside. Who do you think is going to tap out first?
Linus.
Okay.
For now, Linus, yeah.
My initial impression is to agree with both of you just from watching yesterday's. Just a very outside perspective. I don't know either of these kids. But it seems like Luke's tangled with Linux, I could say Luke tangled with Mac OS, or Luke tangled with AIX and anything like that. It's just different.
And Luke isn't exactly, trying to drive up the drama to get more clicks to make more money.
Well,
He's doing the thing with his mate.
Pedro, to that point, Linus did bring up in that entire thing, oh, people who are going to be criticizing me have an agenda. They're not using good faith criticism. But that entire thing smacks of bad faith as well, because you are in fact doing this as a publicity stunt. You say it's for the public good, but you're clearly going to make money off of it. You key bono, man. You bono.
It is there for the clicks, and the more drama, the more clicks.
Well, that's the whole thing. You're going to have to keep that all weighed out. And because I saw that, like, people will be thinking that, I'll be doing things intentionally. I don't think so. Because if you walk into it, I see the difference with Luke going, I understand this is a different beast. And, my previous knowledge from, we're going to say Windows in this case, again, it could be Mac OS or anything else. Going to a different operating system that works completely different. You got to take a step back because, you have no power here, to quote Gandalf, right? You just have to reset. You got to lower that ego and say, okay, I need to start Googling. I need to start asking some questions. I think Linus is like, I can figure this out. And I've said this before Linus and Luke ever had anything. I made this comparison of the problem with, you got to dial yourself back coming into it, because whatever level of what we were saying in the pre-super show, you really got to go watch. We're really see that we're trying to sell stuff now. But the difference between a Windows desktop expert, a real one, versus somebody who clicks on the next button very well, is like the developer, the person who's like, yeah, I understand what the fuck I'm walking into. I'm not going to be talking no shit about anything. But I don't think that's going to be the case, because I heard something said that maybe I'm just me. It was said very clearly that developers, you do not get to decide how people use your software.
I mean, in theory, yes.
There is always going to be like that picture where you see like the path doing this weird turn, and then you see the path carved out by people, as in UI design versus user experience.
I was thinking about the person drinking from the glass, like.
Oh yeah, from Gravity Falls. Yeah, the fucking boy band member. That shit's great.
There will always be that comparison, but yeah, the developer very much wants people to use their software a certain way. I mean, they can't really guarantee that people will use them that way, but they do want people to use them the way that they created it for, yes. Case in point, the developer of App Images.
Let's all sit back and just enjoy the show as it goes on. We'll try to do a shorter once they get into the what's going on, because there's valid criticism to be leveled. There is. And
yes.
There's also going to be some mixture of boneheadery and ego and all that other fun stuff. And I think Luke's has got this one, though. Luke seems like the chill character. But then again, these are characters.
He's also got the less exotic setup.
Yeah.
So he's already got that in his corner.
You know, if somebody here's another thing. If somebody's okay, and here's my new laptop, and we're as Jordan can tell you, how was that
sometimes
mouse
you gotta wait a little.
going? Yeah.
Oh, it's great now.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, like two BIOS updates later, or one BIOS update later. Actually, it works great. But now,
Jordan was like, "In the touch screen works, just not."
Yeah,
sometimes.
And this was a Lenovo laptop too, so like I figured, Lenovo, IBM, it's a ThinkPad, it should run Linux fine. No, wrong. Do your homework, kids.
But nothing runs better than the horse.
The horse has no legs. It is propelled by sheer force of will, and it is coming right at you. It is the Steam
Linux.
Update.
Speaking of guts, though, yeah.
Show me a guts picture. No, not too hot for Twitch. The guts that were very, very interesting, that a lot of people actually wanted to see, were the Steam Decks. Yes, everyone wanted to see what was underneath the plasticky bits. Yeah, they wanted to see what was under the Game Gear, so to speak.
So we just wanted some dick pics, but they gave us a whole video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
It's just straight up pornography if you really want to get your hands on
what? I would argue this because there's my new friend. He's called Yellow Circle, because what is Yellow Circle pointing out? Oh, allow me to see if we can find a spot here. There we go. No, that's not really that great. Can you see the wrist strap? It doesn't.
Not on the
the wrist strap over the glove.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, hang on. There's a good shot. YouTube. For multiple reasons, I wish you would die to fire sometimes, because these thumbnails, you can see it in the thumbnail if you squint, but
but yeah, the besides the general discontinuity of the whole video and the couple of bits that they tried to be funny with.
What are you talking about, Pedro? You mean like the batteries popping in and out and ribbon cables like showing up and disappearing?
Yes, and the back being popped off and then the back being right back on in the next shot. It's like, what? When did that? But yeah, they clearly tried to put a funny spin on the video. And, you know, it is very good. Very good job on Valve actually showing people how to get inside a Steam Deck, which was something that I was going to do. I was going to wait until Gamers Nexus or someone of their ilk did the disassembly, but now I don't need to. And they keep hammering on, do not do this. You shouldn't be doing this. But fact of the matter is, they're putting their drivers where their screws are, and they're telling people what they need to do if you want to get access to replace the analog sticks, or if you want to replace the SSD, which is what I was very much looking forward to, because I put the payment down on the 64 gig eMMC version, specifically with the intention of updating it to a proper NVMe drive later on. Thank you, Valve.
Yeah,
very much appreciated.
This video has fully convinced me that I am just going to buy the 256 model, because I will destroy that thing trying to get into it. I do not have the manual subtlety required. And, you know, like Pedro said, big props on Valve for putting out a video like this. Could you imagine like Nintendo or Microsoft or Sony doing something like this? Fuck no. Yeah, the multiple do not do this warnings. This is to preempt the slew of RMAs that are coming in. I also really do appreciate, I brought this up in the previous Super Chosen as well, they are going to be providing replacement part numbers for the joysticks, which I know people who have Joy-Cons, Switch Pro controllers, and DualSense 5 controllers are really, really worried about, because those joysticks suck.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it like this, especially with Nintendo. Nintendo's like, there's the easy solution.
Buy a new one.
Yeah, and don't worry, they're cheap because we're Nintendo. They're not overpriced.
If you can find them in stock, yeah, they're great.
A couple of things with that. Yeah, I want one of my brothers and sisters at Valve dealing with the RMAs to send some pictures so I can set up like an entire website just dedicated to some of the mutilation that is clearly just 100% going to take place. Good on Valve for putting this out there, because this is going to help curb check a lot of that, because, listen, 99% of the people are not going to crack open their deck. They're not going to happen. But that 1%, we're going to do it with ferocity. I mean, it is like, what's inside? Can I upgrade this? Can we overclock it? Can we put liquid metal in here? No, I guess not. Let's try to water cool that.
You can put liquid metal in anything if you're brave enough.
Good on them. And, somebody had to, I feel bad for whoever had to go back and edit that video, because they're like, really? You wore the entire thing over the glove?
Just over the glove? Really? It's clear that the person who was doing that did not ever use one of those things, doesn't believe that they do anything, like anyone who's ever taken apart a computer.
I'm going to say that's completely untrue, because I once watched a disassembly, well, actually an assembly video from The Verge. And
from The Verge. Oh, man.
Our next story.
Yes. So, what's going to be playable on the deck after you've ripped it open, installed new joysticks and an SSD? Well, the solution here is not much that we know of yet.
Can I pause this?
No comment.
May I pause
no
general
just for 1 second?
What?
Going back and thinking about this, can you imagine, like, okay, you're 7 days to die, you get your Linux version, it supports anti-cheat already natively under Linux, and The Verge rings you up, and they're like, hey, you got to do the EAC Proton thing? Like, fucking what?
If you can't be asked to do the basic level of journalistic work, then no, fuck you.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple other games with native versions on here as well. Ark, War Thunder. Yeah, clearly the people at The Verge really don't give a fuck about the actual quality of the reporting here. So I don't know what does the no comment thing mean? That's the question here.
That means what's the fucking Verge? Like, remember them building a computer?
Right. But
it's PR and marketing speak for we don't want to say anything until we have done all the market studies.
Gentlemen, Rust is on board.
Nobody gives a shit about it, though. Who fucking cares about Rust anymore?
Who cares about anything Gary Newman does on Linux anymore?
Probably the people that buy all those fucking games, dude.
We're not talking about Gary. If we have the Gary segment in the after show. But yeah, so lots of no comments. What does it mean? Could be they're waiting for sales digits. Could mean that they have something signed with Valve already, or they're working on stuff on the pipe. We don't know.
I think it's a wait and hold, man, because it doesn't cost them anything. This is genuinely, what do we have to do? You got to click a box. That's it. All right, yeah, hold off on that. Let's see how this fucking plays out, and you're going to see that cascading effect. We hope. And again, noted internet person Ben Heck seems to believe that this is all an illusion with hype generated by
only
YouTubers
care about the game here.
It is going to fail miserably. Says
the YouTuber.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I mean, we're like triple Z list YouTubers. If we're
I mean, so is old Ben. That's more what I was getting at.
Pedro takes everything personally. You haven't figured this out in 9 years.
I mean, so do I. I'm an open wound. I'm an open sore. Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully, there will be more news of games supporting the deck as we get closer to release, because there's probably a shit ton of embargoes. There's probably going to be a lot of, hey, we're going to announce it if we can budget the time to actually test it, and if not, we're not going to fucking say anything.
This is all you're going to get from anyone is like, you know what? Fuck off. Well, it happens. It doesn't.
Didn't you post something about The Witcher 3 being available on Steam Deck on Twitter or something?
I retweeted that because CD Projekt Red decided to post on their Twitter a video like, look how smoothly how old is The Witcher 3 CD Projekt? Look how smooth it runs, you guys.
It's been running great on Proton for years, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, I just wrote back, with like, what was it? Deja vu. Now,
remember when you could have actually done something to get that game to work on
no,
Linux?
no.
That's
Brought
right.
to you by virtual programming.
With the fuck mothering screenshot of The Witcher 3 on the Steam store that they signed up to put
Coming
on Linux.
to SteamOS in 2022.
100% never happened. So I got to ask you, man, have you ever had drops of Jupiter in your hair?
No, I don't really listen to Train.
Yeah, no, I was trying to remember the lyrics, but I got nothing.
That was punishment for oh, no, dude. Listen.
Tell me.
I just fucked with 1,000 people. That's going to be on Monday afternoon. They're just like, God damn it. Damn it.
But yeah, no, Kohaku, aka One Amber, on Discord decided to post a link to a very specific Geekbench page, and the motherboard name and the model name are both Valve Jupiter.
But
running in
it says
Pentium 2s, yeah.
2s. So
It
the
says
4-core
Pentium 2,
8-thread Pentium
Pentium 3.
That's all the fakes.
That's what happens when you throw a GPU that Geekbench doesn't recognize, and you run Geekbench on it. It will give you a score, but it will just default to Intel Pentium 2/Pentium 3. I have a link to my Chromebook. It'll be in the show notes right below this story. You'll see the exact same result. The scores, though, I did run Geekbench on stream a couple of weeks ago while I was setting up the 5495. That's, yes, camera processing.
Does it have a camera?
In Soviet Russia, Steam Deck plays you.
What I'm trying to ask is, can I take dick pics?
with your deck dick pics.
Dick pics.
Can you take
the benchmark does
can you take
camera
take
image
pics of your dick
processing
from your deck on your deck?
But I don't think that's indicative of the hardware that's actually on there.
Language.
But yes, it is the scores. That was the thing, because I was kind of expecting the Steam Deck to completely trounce the Dell Latitude 5495. And well, the 5495 has better single thread score, and the if this is pre-production units, like, okay, all right, so it may very well improve by the time it actually comes out. But yeah, the multi-thread score, the Valve Jupiter system here very much did better by a full 600 points than the Dell laptop.
So
okay.
you have to consider as well that I guess we're just going to call it the Jupiter as like the SoC for now. With the Jupiter, it has a lot smaller of a power envelope and a thermal envelope than a laptop might. So I can see why single thread performance might be a little lower.
Could be, yes.
And you know what? Here's the thing: if everything's going to be running through DixVix anyways, you're going to want that multi-core performance over single core anyways every day. But I'm with you, Pedro. I think we're all really interested in the GPU numbers. We want to see what that APU is actually capable of.
Because that's the interesting bit, and especially for the RAM, because it comes with DDR5. So that's going to play a big deal in the integrated graphics portion of that APU. So give me them GPU digits.
Also, we've been seeing right now, there's lots of upstreams to the kernel, to Mesa, of performance improvements here and there, better IO scheduling, better power
Futex
performance
is
ratio.
get merged.
Yep. Yeah, that's apparently coming in 5.16. Apparently this time for real.
Maybe.
Yep.
Whatever
For
version.
real.
Yeah.
It's happening, you guys.
After 4 attempts.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'd rather them have like a bunch of attempts and get it right than.
Listen, man, if Pedro was running this thing, it'd be like XP all over again, man. Blue screens are wet.
We just be on Futex 4. We just bump the version every time.
It'd be like running Arch on PDE.
Shush, Linus.
Over to Thunderbolt.
No one asked you.
Quit being toxic, Jordan.
Never. I'm toxic like Britney Spears or like Alan Turing's apple that he ate. That's a reference. Yeah, so Turing Complete. It's a puzzle game. I guess we're talking about the new games that are coming out now. It's that time of the episode. But Turing Complete. It's a puzzle game where you have to put together logic gates and eventually build out a full-ass computer, which is really interesting. It's more programming game fun. I don't know. This kind of stuff doesn't super appeal to me, but I do know that it appeals to a lot of people, especially if you're really into puzzle games in, graph theory and stuff.
Well, I mean, this is going to tell you how a basic transistor is going to function.
Yeah. Exactly. And according to the reviews, it actually does a pretty good job of getting the topic conveyed, which it's actually understanding how processors work is grokkable via this game, which always bodes well because, sometimes in these educational games, they try to explain it through a metaphor and the metaphor doesn't really work super well.
It's like a shaved weasel or something. You're like, I'm not getting it, man.
Yeah. So it's good to see that, this is actually, people are actually starting to understand this, considering, at the level of software abstraction we're working on now, we need more hardware engineers. We need more people who can actually operate at this level of computing because the people who can are dying of old age.
Mm-hmm. Ask Intel, they had to bring them back. You thought you were retired. Here's money. No, I'm retired. Here's more money. Fine.
Yes.
I love seeing stuff like this.
I had a digital systems course in first year university. Looking at that game, it's like, oh no. I'm just glad I finished that particular course on the first try. It's like, nope, no need to do it again. I'm out. Mm-hmm. Next.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's currently in early access. It's $19.99. I might just pick it up and play around with it because I don't see it's challenge missing with me. Let's see how far I can get. I'm going to walk into that with my ego. I'm like, I got this.
Yep.
Failed miserably after
just
8 minutes.
Yeah. Just okay, as it turns out, I don't know how computers work. I'm just going to go cry in my bathroom for a little bit.
Crash and burn. Is your bathroom full of voxels?
No, it's full of, you know what? Never mind. New topic. Let's talk about Pumfire Peaks. It's not Twin Peaks. And it's more like Little Inferno with extra steps.
It is
So
pretty.
It's a puzzle game. It is very pretty. It does that Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery thing where they use the really lo-fi graphics, but they really focus on the lighting and the atmosphere, and it really looks good despite being in voxel land. And the goal is to put stuff in a fiery pit, and you're going to need to figure out various ways of going about doing that by moving blocks. It's a succoban.
If I see a sausage, I'm cutting this video off.
Yeah.
It did bring up some flashbacks of a Steven sausage roll. Yes, it did.
Yeah, Mr. Foxdog brought that up in the show notes, which you can too if you're a Patreon, but more on that later. So it seems to be pretty well received. There's a demo available via the Steam Next Fest. It's about $20 currently. So I don't know, if you like Sokoban games, this is a really pretty one. Maybe worth your time.
Mm-hmm. I did shoot him an email, but haven't heard back.
That's awesome.
Might be worth a second one. Yes.
So what's your favorite non-Max MTV early 2000s cartoon from Liquid Television?
Non-MTV or just
oatmeal?
MTV?
No, Liquid Television was MTV. Yeah.
Yeah.
The late night block.
So it wasn't the Max.
Happy Tree Friends?
Aeon Flux?
Yeah, well, it's not Aeon Flux, it's Aeon Drive.
No, but the artwork was the first thing that jumped out at me. It's like, that looks familiar, but not in a platformer, so to speak. And then I had a look. Oh yeah, these are the same people that made Dimension Drive. The main character person, in fact, looks very much like main character person from Dimension Drive.
So hold on. If it's Dimension Drive and this is Aeon Drive, is this the sequel?
Yes.
It's at least in the story aspect, it seems to be, maybe. But yeah, Dimension Drive was the one that you had to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
was the one that you had two lanes, and it was a shmup,
Cage.
and you had to shift between the two lanes, teleport from one to the other.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is a step up from that.
It is. It's a very good looking platformer, and it is currently out. You can get yourself some Linux on that. It's £11 over here, so I'm guessing it's $14.99 US dollars ish. It doesn't look bad. It does not look bad at all.
So Jordan, you everyone was having to think about this one because You can do split screen shared, but maybe something might make people hesitant to go out and about and over people's houses and take trips.
No.
No.
Seriously, why you want no online multiplayer, people? Stop it. Stop with this couch co-op bullshit. You can add that in later. Prioritize network multiplayer, please.
It's impossible.
In a pandemic.
Impossible.
Yes.
Can't be done.
Impossible.
No.
I don't know. Do you have any nut allergies, Ven? To like peanuts?
Oh, all right. Probably not.
No, not allergic to D's nuts.
Oh, how about them hazelnuts, baby? Okay, hazelnut Bastille. Yeah. I know you've seen this game before. Maybe not under this name, but it's another Zelda-like action role-playing 16-bit. I'm looking at the graphics on this now. You know, when you're looking at the static, I'm like, yeah, all right, that's like SNES. But when you see everything in motion, see if I can get to a better part. Is it just me or does that look, it says it's Zelda inspired. That looks like a 2D ARGB from like a PS1, like the sprite movement.
Yeah, it looks
a little
like
too Game Boy Advance-ish.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than the SNES can handle. But this was kickstarted back in 2018 and it's almost ready. I always want to give projects like this a shout because it's so hard to bring something from concept all the way in, hey, we got a finished game, people can play it and they can pay for it. And here it is. I mean, it's done in 4x3, so it's got that. It's coming soon. I'm assuming it's going to be out this year. Does it need anything special to run under Linux? No, just Debian. I've never installed Debian Base. What's that?
Debian Base? I'm not entirely sure what that is.
It's the minimal install. There's no GUI and it's just the terminal. You get core utils and a kernel.
What does all R belong to then?
All our Debians are belong to us.
All our Debian minimal installed. So if you are interested in trying this out before you buy, they do have a demo. It's not on Steam. It is on their website, so you're gonna have to go there to download it. But yeah, it looks good. It's like very A Link to the Past inspired. Definitely a little more fidelity than something like the SNES could pump out. Maybe end of life SNES where you had like a million fucking coprocessors on the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my Threadripper might be able to squeeze it out if I keep it like 640 by 480.
I doubt. No one's computer is powerful enough.
You'll have to go lower.
you know what? What if I use the open source NVIDIA?
You might have a chance. Just a chance. One.
Just one to throw. I kind of feel like culturally I was left out because I was a big fan of Zelda 2. And I went back and played a little bit of Zelda 1. But, you know, on like in primary school, on that playground, I had a Mega Drive. So I didn't have a fucking...
You were the Sega kid.
Oh, right? Fuck yeah. And so I missed out on Zelda on the SNES. And I always meant to like go back and play something like that. And this looks like it might scratch that itch for me. But since we're talking about retro, hipster, pixel goodness, something I streamed last night. Ion Fury, you might have remembered as Ion Maiden for a minute until the other Maiden, not to be confused with a metal band.
Desperately looking to look relevant that they decided to go after a fucking video game.
New update. And it's been about a year since they've done an update to this. And improved spider collision makes the top of the list for me, which I ran into those little fucky spiders last night. Maybe tighten that collision up just a little tighter, but frame rate, pacing, performance upgrades. Again, curiously, this is using the build engine. It might look kind of familiar. Let me click on that so we can see a little bit of a video. Now the bombs are kind of neat. They're bowling bombs, but yeah, I mean, if you played the original Duke Nukem 3D, like that kind of looks familiar. And they've done some interesting things with the engine itself and playing around with it. Better controller support. I didn't hate myself enough last night, but I had the thought, like, should I play this with a controller on top of everything? Nay, I decided against it. And from my Linux brothers and sisters out there, having a save game in your home folder no longer gets nuked, which is I see as an absolute win. That's it. Neither of the $24.99. What I said at the end of the stream before these two fall asleep.
Oh no, I'm just saving the stuff for the about save games in the home folder for the review.
Oh, okay. I don't know if it's really it would absolutely, if you're into this, if you want to relive this, I had a good time playing it last night, which is really my second time after we did the review. So I played it like 3 times. It's very well done. And some of the, fake 3D stuff we had to do back in the day, some of that scaling is hilarious. I saw a toilet that was probably a good 6 meters long looking at it the right way.
I mean, sometimes you need to take a big shit, right?
I'm just saying.
Sprite stretching.
But just laid out as a game itself, I had a good time playing it. And I spent like an hour and a half, something like that, until it fucked me. Yeah, the game fucked me. It died, and I had that key, and there was apparently no save point. And it's like, hey, redo that 30 minutes. Good night, everyone.
And that is why we spam quick save.
That's why I played it. So, I mean, if you want to relive that, or if you didn't experience it, I'm going to say go ahead and grab a copy of Duke Nukem 3D. There's a bunch of modern engine re-implementations. Yeah, stuff like that. Taste it. Take a little nibble before you go drop $24.99 on this. But if it's your thing, this is a lot more of that thing, and it's beautiful. It's fun. It's pixely goodness.
All right. Well, coming up next, drip, drip, drip.
Oh,
There's a leak. Better plug it.
yeah, good enough. I'll allow it. We've done
drip, drip.
worse.
I want to pee in your food.
All right. Let me have it.
The only thing that makes my life complete is when I turn your face into a toilet seat.
That is together. Hey, everyone, you might have noticed Shotbot going a little bit cray-cray during the stream, dropping links, spamming you with show.linuxgamecast.com because you can bang suggest show titles. And we typically are going to pick one out of the top 5. So let's go and take a little peek at that.
Lice organs.
Of course,
I'll
Twitch
get back
Bridge.
on.
Jeff, 180. That was the first segment. There's another 3 to go. So
I'll
perfect
give you
timing.
Bono
if you
a
ask me.
vote.
Crack open their deck. Indicative. All right, well done.
Yeah.
Meme distro. Fine. Okay, so Jordan, you apparently heard about the supersized skeletons as well.
Yes.
Yes. I didn't get a chance to make out to go looking for one, but
The one time I was at a Home Depot, the last one was sold. It was like disassembled and at the door waiting for the person to pick it up.
see, I had like adulting problems this week about the feasibility of shipping a jet engine.
Yeah. I was there for that. Yep. Turbine Jetta.
It would be almost. As I tried to explain, it's very difficult to do in text. There's a subtle, delicate balance of maintaining all of your neighbors in the just don't fuck with me. And I think a full-size jet engine mounted on my front lawn with no explanation.
No, with the skeleton fucking dry humping it.
Riding
That's
it.
what keeps people
Riding
yeah.
it with a Stetson.
Yeah.
I'll put some
Oh no,
names.
I'm thinking of like the fucking robot from Robot Chicken who's like fucking the washing machines constantly.
We'll bring that out for the holidays.
Yeah. Pickle Jeff, there is no beginning or end. It's an Ouroboros of content.
Yeah,
A
right?
self-consuming serpent that has no beginning or no end.
There we go.
Thank you, North Ranger. That's the one I'm thinking of.
How's Robot Chicken holding up in the modern age? I haven't watched that in probably a decade.
The last time I watched one was a couple years ago, and it was still decent. They branched out a little bit. They're doing like video game shit now. I guess they ran out of stuff in the 80s.
Well, I saw, what was it? Seth Green?
Yeah, Seth Green.
Yeah, he looks different.
He kind of looks like, he just looks older now, because he was always like, I had a friend who looked a lot like Seth Green growing up, so I just think he looks like my old friend Matthew, but, yeah, he's always had that, like, sort of scrawny, ratty look. Now he's just an old man.
When we were talking about the UI UX thing, Mir posted the GIF of the lady looking at the person putting the shapes, all the different shapes into the square hole.
Oh yeah. Programmer versus tester.
Yes.
Put it in the round hole.
And every
It goes in
time
the
I see
square
that
hole.
GIF, it's like, why is that that's one of my coworkers. That it's not, but it looks very much like her. It's like that.
The audio is so good because she just sounds so defeated by the end of it.
Yes. Come on.
Listen, man, maybe she like. You gotta ask stuff like that because you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta roll those dice.
I'll ask her next time I get a chance to talk to her. It's like, okay, is that you? Are you in the meme now?
This is going to be brilliant because this time next week we're going to be hearing about the 30-minute session with HR and the videos you have to watch.
No, she's actually one of the. She's actually one of the most awesome people in that office. She has a very nice sense of humor, and she looks very much like the lady from the GIF there. So she's also one of the people that used to make excuses to come and sit with us because it's a lot more fun to work near the IT team, apparently.
Possibly.
She wasn't the only one. One of the guys from the business intelligence team
So I got an
did the
idea for a
exact
race.
same thing.
I got like 2 competitions I'd like to propose. Okay, we got the swapping out the upgrading the drive in the Steam Deck. The one that you're not supposed to upgrade. That one. Mm-hmm. Adding a drive to it. With your toes.
I thought the point there was to not break it.
No, Pedro, this is even. We all got 10 toes.
I've taken many laptops apart with only my 5 fingers.
You could use your toes and your teeth.
Okay. Okay.
So what you're saying is you want a video of me just eating a Steam Deck then?
Pretty much.
That's all I'm hearing.
Here's an interesting
Crunch,
video that
crunch.
I would like to see somebody like the Linus Tech Tips is do like time to CSGO. Start with a PC.
Okay.
Blink. Thumb drives. I guess you can put Windows on a thumb drive to install these days, I would assume. Pedro
I could
would know.
actually do a stream like that. No, I'm thinking if I can find a way to get El Cheapo to be the work PC and get everything for this show and for work ready and moved over, just do a complete clean install and stream the whole process on the gaming box.
I want to see that race. Time to CSGO. Who can get into a CSGO match first? Working video drivers, everything out of the box. You can pick your distribution. I'm going with Pop because I'm getting those NVIDIA drivers during the install. I'm coming right in. I'm not going to be updating repos. I'm not going to be adding anything. I'm like, boom, Steam, done, boom, go.
I was gonna say like what's our hardware baseline, and also like how long I don't know. The last time I installed Windows, it took a fucking long ass time.
I have
Linux
no
installs
idea.
take like 15 minutes, and then they're done.
That's being very generous, and that's like I'm going to say 15 minutes for a net install.
15 minutes for like a full chunky install, not even just like a give me a working system with a GUI. Like I'm talking about like give me Office productivity, give me a multimedia player, all that shit. Like yeah, 15 minutes.
Fedora NVIDIA drivers super easy now.
Yeah, you just run you run the run file. That's
Well, you got to install the build environment.
there's a young group for that, so it's pretty easy.
I wouldn't know what it is.
It's yum install %sign build tools, and you're done.
Does that install DKMS? Or I'm guessing it comes with DKMS preloaded.
Now,
DKMS is
this,
separate.
this
It
is
doesn't ship
something that
DKMS.
the kids brought up, and I thought, like, right at the beginning, that got my attention. Because one of them was like, what DM did you use? Like, what's a DM?
Or yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that is
fair.
a valid
That's
criticism.
fair.
Yeah,
And I just thought about that, like, yes, I would know, like, I had no idea what, but we have the foundation. I don't tingle with Fedora on a daily basis, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to Google, I'm like, build essentials Fedora.
yep.
That's what I'm going to type in. What do you want to bet? Let's
Oh, look, it's a laptop that's running Fedora. It's got stickers on it.
So Basil, you see, the old Red Hat has given up. They're just calling it. They're just calling it Yum 4 now. Yeah.
Yes, the old automate.
Or
yeah, of course.
the group thing. That
No,
command
it's
can
the
be
one
short.
below.
Yeah. Yeah. Or actually the bottom one is the one I was talking about. Yeah,
You see,
development tools
okay,
bottom.
fair problem.
There's a couple ways, but again, they all accomplish the same thing. They are just doing it slightly differently. But I
That
agree
was one
with
of the
Linus.
things they brought up. Multiple different ways to do it. It's like, how about no?
What about this one? Yum build up the package you want.
Yeah, that'll work. That's a bit overkill, but you can do it. That's more a tool for like setting up build environments, but it'll get the job done 100%. The jargon is kind of the hard thing to get past because
You got to know what to start searching for. Yeah.
exactly. And if you may conflate one thing with another, because like the whole desktop environment versus distro thing is very real. Like there's nothing stopping you from running like GNOME on Solus or whatever, right? Like, but usually when the distro markets itself, SUSE has been like, oh, we are a KDE distro. Fedora is, we are a GNOME distro. Same with Ubuntu. So it's what they're putting their foot forward with. And I think people not used to being in the Linux space, they think, oh, well, my GUI is intrinsically tied to my operating system.
Well,
these things
been
must
over
be
that.
intrinsically
Like, we've made jokes about saying, hey, I want to switch from GNOME to KDE, better reinstall.
Yeah,
I want
exactly.
to change my desktop wallpaper.
I'm gonna like push back against printers. If you have a modern printer, it has Wi-Fi. I mean, what drivers?
The Canon Pixma, can't remember exactly which model. That one, if you wanted to use the scanner portion over the network, you needed to install their proprietary drivers because I tried all of the sane compatible scanning utilities available on Linux. Not a single one of them was able to pick up. It saw that there was a network scanner. Mm-hmm. Couldn't do anything with it.
It sounds like you didn't do your research before buying it.
It sounds like I wasn't the one who bought it. I was just the one that had to get it to work.
No, I think I do have. I have an Epson something somewhere, but I mean, no. If I need to print something, I will either send it to the print shop or I discovered that the library. It's like 25 cents to print something.
Yeah, I have a library right by my house. I can just go there.
And I walk in there with a tablet, pull up the dock, I'm like, boop, and I go pick it up. I scan. I mean, I was there in the 90s, man, when nothing worked. Lexmark, real Lexmarks, not that cheap Lexmark stuff that they started making for consumers, and Epsons. That was about it. And your HP laser jets and stuff like that would work with cups. And that was it. Things, I don't know. I mean, you just got to really question your life choices if you're printing at home in 2021.
If you're running a business where you need to like print shipping labels, I can see that being a thing.
Yes, but you probably got a serious piece of kit, preferably a laser printer if you're doing a lot of printing, because either that or you need to question
That's
your business
like tiny
practices.
and just printers,
or a
just
label
prints
printer
the labels
that the post office will give you.
Done.
Just for that with a scale.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I know people who are doing like Etsy stores and shit. Like, there's a discount if you just print your own labels because Etsy partners with like UPS and shit for like bulk shipping rates.
And in that case,
I need to pee. I'll be right back.
First, laser printers are cheap.
Yep, I know. I have a cheap. We have an HP inkjet, but like still, they're cheap printers. You can get one for relatively inexpensively.
I'm going to use one.
Here's the thing though. Knowing that printers are designed to break down, I would be very skeptical about buying used printers.
It kind of depends. Like if we're going to be doing black text, if we're going to be doing color, I'm not going to be using ink or laser. I'm going to be using dye sublimation. Like,
okay.
Yeah. So like just like black text, like whatever, laser burns out. You know what? All right, fine. I mean, toner is still ridiculously expensive, but compared to ink,
yeah.
Pen toner.
I just did all my printing at work. That was my hack.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. Because I mean, it's not like you're printing out reams, man.
Right, and it's like, oh, you shouldn't be using the printer for personal shit. It's like, I fixed the printer. Shut the fuck up.
But it does boil down to like, you really got to be doing something special to be printing at home, or have a need to, a legitimate need to, other than I've always had a printer. I'm like, yeah, you've always had like, that person probably also has a corded phone and they're paying a bill.
For a landline?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
I use the printer at home to print character sheets for Dungeons and Dragons, but that's because I'm a giant nerd. And honestly, for new players, I would recommend just using one of the million digital character sheets anyways. Because it does all the math and shit for you.
I don't know. I mean, ever since, like, you've been able to buy decent tablets for $200-300, like...
You can get a Fire tablet, an 8-inch one for like $100.
$100, man. No, 10-inch. Like 120.
Yep.
Yeah. And I say that as a person, I think I have like 9 tablets in this house. Maybe 10 if you look. 10 if you can't count that Windows. Talking about like being confused, angered and confused by an operating system. That's what got that thing put back in the box, was Windows 10. Like, I don't even know how this works. Like, I understand the tapping out from the other perspective. I'm like, this is not worth it. And that was, I had a Windows device, 2 things. That tablet went on sale for like fire sale. I paid like $80 for it. And it was a quad-core Intel x86 tablet. But I needed a way at the time to update iTunes for the podcast. And there was no way to do it. You could do it by owning an iDevice, a Mac, or a Windows something. And that just, those two lined up. Dot Matrix kicked ass, man. They're still there, man. LineFed, I guess, spends time in a shop. Zzz, 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 zzz. Like, remember they had color dot matrix and they had dot matrices with like silent mode on them? They were slightly less annoying.
I imagine like the silencer on the dot matrix printer is like some gas powered thing that just like shits out pollution just to break the decimals down.
My question was always like, why is that? Why does it have an off button?
Why wasn't it just a default?
Why is it always on?
Jordan, have you tangoed? I mean, most of us are just NVIDIA shills. We love our soulless corporation. Have you tangoed with Wayland lately? You got the AMD recent.
I do. No, not recently. I should.
Pedro, that could be a laptop you haven't powered on in 2 years. I mean, let's be honest.
No, this is the Dell 5495 that I did the stream on 2 weeks ago. That was all Wayland.
Yeah, what do you call it? I was using the one computer I was running Wayland on primarily with the 5700 XT. It was running fine. I just needed I needed like a barrier running, and barrier doesn't work under Wayland.
Okay.
So.
Well, I saw that the Quadro A4000s are out and about, which in the strange moon world are reasonably priced compared to the 30 series. Mm-hmm. When you can consider they have 24 gigs of, and you get one fucked up future we're living in, $1,200, and you're looking at it going, well, if I had to buy something right now, it's either that or pay a scalper $900 for a fucking 3060.
Yeah.
Now here's the Here's one.
I was gonna say. All right.
Come on, if we talk over the third time, an angel dies.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, shit, man. We gotta
gotta
keep
work
on
on this.
Yeah.
No, with the we talked several weeks ago. We're going to talk about this in the news segment. Remember the rumors about NVIDIA redoing the 2060s? Like they're coming back.
Yeah.
They are coming back, but they're coming back in a 12 gig variant. Which I will not fucking buy that.
That would be a side grade.
Well,
the one thing
I understand what NVIDIA's trying to do with this. NVIDIA's like, hey, miners.
What?
Miners. We got plenty
By the 2000 series.
We got plenty of this 20 series shit. That's easy to fab. We got that backed up, back stock. Buy these. Look at that, 12 gigs. Go buy them.
Yeah. The one thing I really want to check out with Wayland is GameScope though, because that's like speaking of like games showing up in the middle of your monitor, like fucking GameScope is the fix for that. Like 100%. Oh no, not again.
Hello, my baby.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time before I get to play with Wayland, man. They're going to have to get XFCE on Wayland, and we're still doing victory laps of having GTK3 support.
Wasn't that introduced with like 410?
Shut up. I can't hear you from my ivory tower, you peasant.
You can't hear you from Linux either, so it's fine.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, we're all on Linux. We're
No, we it's like HAL 9000. We can all read lips. Especially Vens.
Like the
yes.
Here's the thing. Well, we do have closed captioning.
It's true. But if we were relying on that to talk to one another, man, that'd be
a fun show, wouldn't it?
That would be more entertaining than what we're doing right now, 100%. But
all right, let me grab a refill, and I guess we'll do some news now with closed captioning. You know what? Here's the entertaining thing: is I was reading in the YouTube studio that is now a experimental feature you can cut on if you're streaming on YouTube, is they will do the live closed captioning for you.
Yeah, so you don't need a plugin.
Using the same system we use.
I mean, it makes sense that like, no, we have this new subtitling system. No, it's the same shit we have deployed everywhere because we fucking made it 2 years ago.
Possibly. All right. Yeah, I'll be back.
What, Oxford, you're not going to run Gentoo? You're not going to compile everything with -03 on it? Really take advantage of the fine-grained details of that CPU architecture.
You got to rice that Ryzen.
Rythen.
And Pickle, do not, if you're sitting there waiting for AMD to throw any kind of software support at Linux, give up. It's nope. I used an ATI card for years. It was terrible. It was the worst. If you try and install the AMD GPU Pro proprietary drivers nowadays, they are god awful.
Well, if you want to install them on a recent version of Ubuntu, you have to install an old version of Ubuntu and then upgrade it. Otherwise, it won't even fucking install on your system. But you know what? Here's the thing, though. You don't fucking need that shit under Linux. You don't, because A, there's a million fucking GUIs if you want to overclock your AMD GPU under Linux. B, you can just fucking use it as is, and it runs fine. DRI3 is enabled by default on most non-Ubuntu distributions, and you will never feel the need to go in and fine-tune settings on your GPU because everything will run great.
It runs out of the box, and yeah, especially if you have one of the 5000 or the 6000 series. Apparently the 6000 series, according to other YouTube channels, it was, out of the box on Linux, day one, it was the best support that AMD has ever had. Why? Because they didn't make the drivers. It's all
Also they didn't swap architectures in between 5 and 6,000.
Yes.
That's the big one. We all gotta before we pat AMD too hard on the back, realize that the drivers already existed. We just needed to make sure that the PCI IDs match up with that driver.
Yep. Yeah, no, out of the box now. If you have an AMD card, you're good.
Yep.
That you install a Linux distro that was released in the past 3 years, and oh look, I have graphics. I can literally just install Steam and start playing games. Ta-da!
Which is what they fucking said in that stupid Linus Tech video too. It's like, yeah, if both of us just had AMD cards, this would be boring because it just fucking works.
Pedro, what game are we playing in the after season?
The
Kubi Racer.
Cube Racer 2, yes.
Prepare yourselves, it's about to show up in Discord. There it is.
You're welcome.
That was cute. I happened to tune into the show notes right when Pedro discovered a thing, and I was like, oh, there it is. There, minus. Yeah.
I'd seen Amber's post about that. It's like, oh, is that it? Yes, it is. Okay.
All right, everyone. News segment.
Ugh. Having to reboot your computer to use a specific piece of software is the single dumbest thing you can do. Please don't dual boot.
Dual boot. All the things. But I want to use Haiku sometimes.
Virtual machines, baby. That's what they're there for.
With Haiku, yeah, you're probably better off with the virtual machine because there is no hardware acceleration for anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, news segment coming to you in 3, 2.
And if you'd like hardware acceleration with your Linux gaming podcast, what the hell are you doing here? But wouldn't you know it, we've made it past the Steam segment, and now we're coming in with the news. But before we do that, we need to thank you, every single one of you watching live with us right now. You're awesome.
Are you trying to say,
chill.
Does it smell like the news is cooking?
It smells like Teen Spirit, man.
What about Huey Lewis, man? Come on.
Huey Lewis and the Snooze?
I don't know. Go Snapper.
Indeed. All right. Well, if you want to have your insides splattered atop a bunch of newspapers to the tune of Huey Lewis and the News, maybe consider becoming a Patreon. Go to patreon.com/Linux Gamecast, and you will get slashed by savings. Yeah. You can get some cool stuff by becoming a Patreon of Linux Gamecast. You can get access to our Discord channel, access to the show notes if you're a Death Note or above. You get your name in the credits. If you're an executive producer, you get the video podcast version of the pre-super shows and that extra hour of content we do. You know, I mean, if you're in Discord, you can just listen to us.
I wonder if you ever had to manually do that. I guess you had to if you're trying to block us. Damn it, almost.
Yeah.
No.
Fine. Spin it. But being a Patreon is a cool thing because you can get access to our show notes. If you pay above a certain level, you can issue corrections, make comments. Foxy's always in the show notes, making snarky comments.
Yep.
Arthurian is always in the show notes, putting in show suggestions. So if you want to contribute to the construction of the show, that might be the avenue for you.
That is a fantastic way to do it, and we do thank you for it, because that's how we do the show. We're not in the pocket of big Microsoft. We're not shilling for anything. It's all powered by you. It's a crazy business model, and we've been successful in doing it so far. It is kind of interesting. What about the pre-super shows in Pedro? That sounds like an entire show we're sneaking by everyone each and every week.
Yep. Each and every single week. It started as a, let's just get started about an hour before we actually go live. Make sure everything's working,
You're
sort out the technical stuff.
You're underselling it. Way back, almost a decade ago. It took
thousands of years ago in the
future's past. It took about 2 hours to get everything. It was balancing the card deck before I could call you guys. And hope it didn't topple over. And we spent an hour.
The house of cards.
Oh, man. But yeah, we turned that into
fine-tuning everything. to bring you the show. So now you get to watch.
Although normally it's a lot crazier. This week is kind of boring. It was kind of a dry run for the Steam segment. Sometimes you get that. Sometimes we talk about TV shows, movies, music, whatever the hell's going on.
We got a store. If you want to avoid spoilers, maybe don't watch the Brie Super shows. There's a lot of them.
You know what? I think we do a very good job dodging around spoilers. We're very. I'm not saying that to sell anybody on anything. I just say we do a good enough job at that. But
we do have a store.linuxgamecast.com. You can coat yourself in the finest Linux Gamecast silks, apparel, scarves. No, we don't got scarves. We have
scarves.
T-shirts.
Why don't we have scarves?
I don't know. Why don't we have scarves?
I don't know.
We got T-shirts, coffee mugs, hoodies, stickers, die cut stickers. They're pretty nice. You can get yourself my face in between your boobies. You can get yourself Creepy Penguin.
I still keep meaning to make your face yoga pants because I want to buy a pair.
You just like one on each ass cheek. I'd be
it's all over print, so it's going to be like hundreds of Jordan faces.
No. It's just it's in between the butt cheeks. So it's like one of those Mad Magazine fold-ins where you just get like this part of my face.
Yeah. I want to make that fang clap.
Yeah, buddy. So check that out. We got wish zones as well. If you go to linuxgamecast.com, we got a support button on our navigation bar. If you mouse over that, you can see the wish list segments. It'll take you to Ven's for the studio, mine for this nonsense here, and Pedro's for his little shame corner. And you can help us build our respective studios. If you help Ven buy anything, you get your name on the wall. There's prime real estate. The wall behind you, man. The fuck wall, man.
Oh, man. Why you got to tell people about that?
There's like half of it still left. So.
we have two different ways. Look, this is how I publicly shame fiscally and responsible people.
Indeed. The other cool thing is if you send us some stuff off our wish list, you can also give us a little note that we have to read on the internet.
It's a horrible idea, but it is a tradition that I guess we're keeping it real. We have not sold out.
No, that's sort of our warrant canary. If we start
Microsoft
some of that
hasn't
stuff,
rung us up yet.
Indeed.
Yeah. So check it out. Thank you for that. Pays for hosting, pays for JitSeeks, and all the other fun stuff that we do. And I try to do some stuff on top of that as far as Linux education with audio stuff, like I was talking earlier in the show. We're going to be doing a lot more OBS basic stuff for people walking in because this is going to be a more common thing. And what I want is more people doing what we do because as fucked up as it is, we're the old guard. We started out as, man, I just turned 30 and you guys Jordan was getting out of uni. You were still in uni.
I had one semester left where I was taking one class.
And Pedro was, you guys were in your 20s and now we're getting old.
We're all young.
We need the TNG and I want to have those tools available. Also, I want people to play music and do all the video editing, game capture and stuff like that to help promote Linux. So I want to have those tools there and I've been doing my best the last 10 years and I want to keep on doing that.
I want Michael Dorn to start a Linux Gamecast podcast.
He's not going to fall for that again.
Damn it. All right. What about Scott Bakula? Can we get him?
Good news, everyone. Facebook went down and Twitch said, hold my beer.
Yeah. So there was a bit of a leak that happened shortly after Facebook's wee little BGP snafu. 125 gigs of information, basically the entirety source code of Twitch with comment history, payout reports, SDKs, internal AWS services used by Twitch, basically the whole kit and caboodle. This is a massive leak. Change your passwords, enable two-factor authentication on your Twitch accounts. People, get that out of the way right away. But yeah, there's been a bit of a snafu. People have been crawling through the data. People have been already issuing exploits. Like someone already replaced all the directory photos with Jeff Bezos. Mm-hmm. This is what happens when your source code is now leaked to the public and people can start fucking around with local
I learned a
copies.
very interesting fact after this fact.
What's that?
You know, Twitch does not have a bug bounty program.
Yes, I was reading into that as well. They used to give you channel points if you but itchy and scratchy dollars, right? But now they don't give you anything. This might encourage them to change their mind a little bit.
might want to go to a very short, sturdy limit and say this is probably like if there's ever a time to Twitch to get your shit together and then like start a bug bounty program. Like it was like 3 days ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly
so
1 day before this happened.
So one other interesting thing that came out of the leak that, I don't know, caught my attention is Vapor, this unreleased Steam competitor. It's, I don't know. No, I don't think anyone has actually like compiled it and got it up and running. But, you know, maybe this, I don't know.
I want to believe. I want to believe Vape because World. There's a game called Vape World. VR chat, bro. We can vape in VR.
Oh man,
bro.
And it's just foggy. Yeah. So I don't know. We've seen Discord try to get into game sales. I think Twitch is probably better positioned to do that because they have the discoverability and they have the inbuilt streaming stuff that Discord didn't really have
Amazon
at the time.
backing
they
them.
got the Amazon Game Services.
Yeah. They also have the Amazon.
AWS.
Twitch is a small company. They can't afford stuff like a bug bounty program or actual security. But I don't know. It could be an Amazon pushed project as well. Maybe they just want to use the Twitch brand. Amazon wanted to use the Twitch brand recognition to get on the Newell Sweeney slap fight. Who knows?
I don't know, man. I mean,
Player 3 would be interesting.
I'm looking at this, and when I think about like 125 gigs walking out of an organization, that just feels like somebody walked out with a thumb drive on that one, man. Because like unless you did not have something to detect, because this was crawl, this was everything, man. I mean, like, I don't know, but yeah, the unreleased Steam Vapor. That could be a thing. That absolutely that just makes logical sense, man. And to what Jordan said, not once, not twice, but thrice, they've reset our Steam keys. Wednesday, when we're doing Weekly Daily Wednesdays, go tune in for that. That happened. I had to reset it. And of course I sent, through our little group chat, I'm like, yo, here's the new Steam key. So Stream key. And Jordan, you went to Stream Thursday and it was changed again. And then they reset it between that.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, no, it's a new stream key. Pop it in. I popped it in the day you sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, that's taken care of. I don't need to worry about that anymore. Lo and behold.
Well, to what you said, reset your passwords, enable two-factor authentication. The passwords are out there, but they're salted and hashed, which means it's a higher than non-zero chance. But you got to work like you would have to have a very determined actor to put the time and energy into. Yeah. With
a lot of money to give rainbow tables. No credit card information was compromised as well because Visa and MasterCard don't let you keep that shit. You have to keep tokenized references. If you want to keep getting money from Visa.
Know about payment backends?
I don't know. Maybe I have some experience in financial technology, something. Hashtag PCI DSS life.
So, here's my thing before you go, Pedro. The person or persons responsible for this says this is part 1. What do you think part 2 is going to be? What the sequel is going to be as good and it's going to be a letdown?
I think there's a lot of juicy stuff here too. This
was pretty big. If there's going to be a part 2 and they don't top this, everyone's just gonna go.
If part 2 is the other like 4 gigabytes of this dump, I will be very mad.
That's all the passwords. Unencrypted. That would be interesting. But no, honestly, at this point, the best way that I can see the Twitch could walk out of this with some dignity left, because right now they have none, is clean up the bits of the source code that you can't share, because those got leaked too. Yeah. But the ones that you can't actually share, clean them out, and then open source whatever you can. Get that 90% out there so that people, you want to go look at the source code? There's an official way you can see it. It's official. It's approved.
Here's what I want to throw in. The cause of this, because the hackers, the group, whatever responsible for this, says, hey man, this is done in retaliation for the lack of action on hate raids and stuff like that.
Which, they posted it to 4chan.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to say maybe this is a little bit of a wake-up call for Twitch, because, when this is going down, they should be dealing with the bot problems and actually addressing the issues and getting it sorted. Instead, Twitch is releasing the promote streamers, give us some more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think there's going to be like maybe
let's generate more revenue while people are complaining that our platform's
be a bit of a wake-up call for Twitch? Like, you can be gotten to maybe adjust your shit.
You would hope so, but if history
Ideally,
has
yes,
taught me
but no.
if working for Equifax, you know what?
Good news, everyone. Good news. NVIDIA is about, well, there's rumors that NVIDIA will, believe it or not, release a video card that you can't buy to compete against other video cards that they make that you can't buy. We're talking about a 3090, not Super, but a 3090 Ti. Why not get two? Because they're only 450 watts a piece. That's 900 watts for a pair. You ever want to trip a 1,000-watt power supply? You can do that, man. Check it out. 21 gigajoules of memory, a new Molex power connector.
Molex.
3090 Ti in January of 2022. Do you think the price of this is going to match the numbers on the card?
I don't know, man. This is like,
are we talking before or after scalper inflation?
Picture to be leaked. Money.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I saw that and I was like, okay, that might be neat for like productivity. I could have one for display and one for rendering. And I'd also need a 1200 watt power supply and keep my fingers crossed. But I'm also going to say this, 7 months and 14 days to this date, time of recording, after the release of the 3060, your only chance of getting one, I've had my eyes on one, waiting for one at a reasonable price, is paying the scalper price. And I'm not paying the $800 for a sub $400 card. Me and Paige are on the same page with that. I was like, this is not going to happen, man. But I have to assume that this 3090 Ti is targeted at NVIDIA's new BFFs miners. I'm afraid. I'm not worried about one Solus corporation over another, but it does seem like NVIDIA is kind of in the same spot, or very quickly getting into the same spot that like Intel of old. And I mean, like, 8 months ago, that Intel were the bean counters, because Intel just sat on top with no competition. What happens in a situation like that? The people who are controlling the finances, they want to make the extra monies. They're the ones start pulling the strings. You start not spending money on R&D, innovation, and all that. Like, no, then what happens? AMD gets caught up in, fuck. Then again, it's Intel. They got so much money. We're like, whatever. Now, mining cells, we all know this. I'm not telling you anything new. No one at NVIDIA is like, oh, what? Did you hear what Vin said? Shit, we better, mining cells, they're not. Exactly. I doubt that's going to happen. If that happens, Jensen, you get problems, man. The mining cells,
leather jacket
they're
intensifies.
just not sustainable in the long run, And are they? Is NVIDIA just going to be content? Well, like AMD and Intel is coming, man. Winter's coming, Intel's coming. Eating your lunch for the consumer GPU market, because, like me personally, I've demonstrated like multiple times I have no brand loyalty. I do not love Solus Corporation A any more than I love Solus Corporation B. If you give me the best price performance with value prop, that's the one I'm going for each and every time. Except for the one time because I bought a bulldozer. But that was,
no, I haven't.
Yeah, no, Jordan hasn't. I've just been buying AMD, man. I'm rooting for that underdog. If Intel comes along and drops something, and all signs point to this, something reasonably priced with better performance than a 2060, easily done, I would say, in 2021, 2022, halfway decent compute, you know what I'm going to buy? I'm going to go Team Blue. I'm going to be running my Threadripper with Team Blue graphics and just confusing everyone. Now, here's what I think. What do you guys think about this theory? Because NVIDIA is not dumb. They know how to do this, and they've done this shit. They've done this to AMD. This is something that you can demonstrate, past behavior. They're just they are sitting on stock right now. They're stockpiling, getting ready for whatever the what I keep forgetting what the Intel that's. I want to call it Ampere, but it's not. It's help me out.
Warlock, they Battle Mage. They have a bunch of stupid names for these.
It's not the Z. What is the Arc? Thank you, Finn. Jesus. If they've been sitting like waiting for this, and they're like, okay, hold, and then they're gonna start just stock is magically appears out of nowhere when Arc starts rolling out. I'm still gonna buy Intel, but just out of spite. So I'll miss UNCUT, but you know what? I can get the Blackmagic encoder, and spite. Spite's a strong motivator.
Yeah, considering what the price point is for the mid-range now, I don't even want to think about the price on this. And I paid full price for a 1080 Ti. So.
Fair question. Does Intel have to do anything? Because all the rumors say that their top of one that's going to be rolling out this time is going to compete with a 3070. Does Intel have to do like anything more than just have product on a shelf?
I mean that's kind of it. If they are able to maintain stock levels, if they're able to come up with some magic moon technology that is garbage for like crypto mining or like blockchain verification and is great for gaming, then yeah, if that is the only you're going to see the empty Nvidia shelves. The empty AMD shelves, and then lo and behold, well, I need a new video card. I guess I have to buy an Intel one.
And I mean, they also have the brand recognition. People know what an Intel is. I mean, yeah, okay, you say that. If I walk up to the average like person's like, hey, I've heard about this gaming computer stuff. Do you want an Intel or a Radeon? What the fuck's a Radeon?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you're going to say, do you want a GeForce or do you want a Matrox? You're going to get the same fucking reaction.
I've heard of Intel. Intel has the commercial things. I'll take the Intels. Here's what I'm thinking.
And the laptop I have that work gave me has an Intel sticker on it.
Here's what I'm thinking. We are talking about Intel, the company, because Intel plays dirty. They play fuck you dirty. Like the fine they paid for like fucking over AMD for a decade
they
plus.
Lied on those benchmarks.
Just straight up. And they're like, you know what? That fine, that was cute. Also, you know, Intel's publicly admitted, like, oh, our war chest, like, just fuck with AMD is over $1 billion. Like, our pocket change, right?
It's a cat playing with a mouse because AMD has to exist for them to not get fucking antitrusted into oblivion.
You never have to worry about that. And, you know, there's some love there with the processing with x86, 64 and all that fun stuff. Now, the point I'm making is this. Intel is going to be walking in going, we can sell these things at cost, not even blink.
Oh, yeah. No, they would disappear like that. It's like...
But it's also Intel. Intel's got a lot of experience and it's got the partnerships built up to move, construct, the supply chain to ship a lot of product. You're talking about people who make abstract amount of CPUs.
And they have their own fabs too.
Yeah. Well, they're probably going to be using Samsung or somebody for the ARC stuff. But still, they have that relationship there, man.
Mm-hmm. Plus, with all the manufacturers, they could probably get like ARC, Z graphics, whatever, in like whatever new workstations are coming out and promote them really, really
There's going to be a lot of them like, oh, you want to make sure you get that in inventory?
My one fear, though, is because Intel, as we've mentioned, has played dirty. They may do you need an Intel chipset in order to unlock the full power of the GPU. Otherwise, you're going to be eating poo-poo.
That's fine. long as, again, if I get 90% of the power and it's something I can actually buy.
Yes. Buying, having stock in places. Someone, okay, I need a new video card. I've been writing this 1080 for 6 years. Could have used a 3060 Ti. Would have been very happy with that. I haven't looked. I haven't even looked over the past 5 months. It's like, why bother? It's massively overpriced. Or if it isn't, it's not in stock. So I don't remember what they look like.
You know what? It'll probably still end up shuffling the market anyways, because now that Player 3 is in there, there's going to be more availability from the other two. So maybe you don't like Intel,
here's something
but there might be some NVIDIA.
You want to talk about a legitimate bottom-up open source graphics stack?
Yeah.
Team Blue.
Mm-hmm. That is going to have full Linux support day one, which is going to be really nice.
Yeah. And
it is entirely open source, unlike the AMD ones.
How dare you say something factual? Shut up.
I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of blobs running on the CPU.
Pretend that's a Radeon. It's red.
I have an RX 570. Go ahead and try it.
Everyone could just shut right the hell up if you've seen my entire wall going up of everything from a Threadripper down to like a 2-core, whatever the hell that was, Athlon 2. So yeah, get wrecked. Godot.
Yes, Godot. They're very much piling up on the Steam Next Fest thing, which is currently going on, where you can get all the demos for all the games. And you have a list of the Godot games that they are actively trying to promote. It's like, yes, these games have demos. Go try them out. A bunch of them aren't out yet, obviously. But it is Yeah, they say you have to wait until the 7th of October. Yeah, it's already past that. It's already the 10th where I am, so go ahead. Knock yourself out. There was a couple of them that jumped out at me. One was The Zone Stalker Stories, which is a post-apocalyptic Chernobyl type situation that is a deck builder a la Slay the Spire.
It kind of gave me like what was that redneck Final Fantasy we played with like the zombies?
I want to play that.
Oh, yeah. That one was just Unity assets.
Oh, that one.
Final Fantasy.
Right.
Yeah. So one thing that's interesting here is that there are 3 games that have actually tried to tango with Godot's 3D stuff, because most people know Godot's reputation as a pretty solid 2D engine. They've been making a lot of strides on the 3D front, but not too many big or not too many noteworthy games are out there. So Tail Quest Defense is one of them. The other one I fucking spaced on.
X Zodiac, the Space Fox.
Oh man, yeah. Space Fox area just went by.
Yep. Yes, it is very much very Space Foxy.
Vox Story. Vox Story is the third one.
Ah, right. Yeah. It is. Those were the 2 ones. Like was X Zodiac and The Zone that kind of jumped out at me as the ones that I really want to play. Completely different games, completely unrelated to one another, but I kind of want to play.
I don't know how I feel about Sexy Big Bird.
I have some complex feelings about Sexy Big Bird.
All right, I just wanted to make sure we address that.
But it's a burb cafe.
20 years of scum, baby.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been 20 years. And with the 20th anniversary of Scum VM, the virtual machine that allows you to run Manic Mansion out first, and then a lot more other games in the future. There's version 2.5.0 out that has support for Grim Fandango, The Longest Journey, and Myst 3 Exile, amongst others like little big adventure.
They made a third Myst.
Yeah. They made like 5 Myths, I think.
4 in the main series
and the MMO.
Yes,
Myst Online. But yeah, the other 2 things that are coming with this release are better high DPI support, which is probably handy when you're playing really, really old postage stamp games on large monitors. And if you got a Nintendo DS that you're looking to play some Manic Mansion on,
homebrew will work handy with your brand new OLED Switch, right?
Yeah, no. But yeah, but I mean, this is really cool because Scum VM has been sort of one of the long mainstays of Linux gaming. They've been making a lot of older games playable. A lot of like the revivals that of a lot of these classic adventure games are just using Scum on the back end because, why reinvent the wheel?
Yeah. I'm just happy to see that, man. And yeah, Scum's been something you just absolutely just fire up in Linux and relive that. But I mean, when it was barely considered retro, and I'm like, hey, there's games that came out like a couple of years ago. You can play them now.
And for the longest time, that was basically the only way you had of playing Grim Fandango in a reasonably new operating system. Because that game disappeared until Double Fine put out the remastered version that, hey, look, you can actually play the game again. That's nice.
So we all know that audio does not work under Linux, but surprisingly, video capture cards tend to work out of the box most of the time.
Most of the time. This one doesn't. This is the LGX2 user space driver for the AverMedia LGX2 CGC551. So this is a proof of concept, essentially. They've attempted to, Chris Sawchuk has been trying to get this capture card running under Linux. Via some probing, he has managed to do so, only supporting, as Ben is pointing out, 1920 by 1080 at 60 FPS max. Although capture is at 1080p 30. And yeah, you need to set up a UDEV rule, and this should theoretically work. But again, the developer emphasizes that this is a proof of concept. You can start reading in frames.
Here it is working.
Will it? Yeah, I mean, it works on his machine, but once you take it off of Strider's computer, then it may not work. Regardless, you can check this out. It may work for you if you have one of these capture cards. If not, send a bug report, because we always like to see better, even user space driver support for these things, because if they're not gonna, if your hardware company is not gonna support Linux.
I'd have to go to HitHub. Yes, I'd have to go to HitHub and download hacker scripts off the internet.
Shh! You don't tell people about HitHub. Yes. That's where Fight Club happens.
And then do Control S to save the page, and then complain that it's an HTML file.
At some point,
that's ShitHub.
Yeah, have you ever wanted to check somebody for room temperature? I mean, just. This is really good to see. This is how shit gets done a lot of times on Linux is, I've said it, Jordan said it, Pedro said it. The quickest way to get your product reverse engineered is not to release Linux driver. That's just how that works.
Yep.
Most companies know that, including like the ones that make professional broadcasting hardware like AJA, Magewell, Blackmagic. They're like, but hey, the more the merrier. I'm just going to say, if you're looking for a cheap, relatively inexpensive 1080p 60 capture, go look at the EVGA1 XR1 Lite. I did a review on that, or just go wherever you want to go. I'll give it my seal of approval. Plug it in. It's going to work as long as you have USB 3 hold.
Hopefully this project, though, doesn't get a DMCA takedown request, though. That would kind of suck.
Oh, man. Guess who's back?
Maybe
Wait,
RE3
this
and REVC.
I thought we've already covered.
Oh,
Pedro, we've
talking about deja vu.
What the hell? Why is this in the show notes? We've already talked about this. This has already happened.
Yeah, because they're back. Oh. They after basically the developers of RE3 and REVC went no. They filed a counter notification. Take-Two did not submit a new one. Instead, GitHub just put the repos back up. So now they're back and they're suing the creators of RE3 and REVC, and GitHub has once again taken down the repos. I want someone with a lot of money and a lot of lawyers to take Take-Two down a peg, because it's now clear why exactly it is that they're doing this bullshit. And it's because there's a new version of GTA 3 and GTA Vice City and GTA
San Andreas.
San Andreas, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but like, what's the big deal? I can just go and play the old ones on Steam.
if you bought them, because you can't buy them anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the article posits as well that Take-Two wants to force GitHub to enforce their repeat offenders policy and just essentially nuke these contributors' accounts and the repos permanently. It's kind of scummy. There what Ven, you were talking a couple weeks ago when we were originally covering this, that the RE3 or the RE3 guys aren't exactly on the up and up when it comes to their reverse engineering practices, though.
Not exactly. They didn't do it the way they were supposed to. And that could be the one thing that could get them in a little bit of trouble if you're unfamiliar with that. The reverse engineering effort was not done clean room implementation style, the way that's like perfectly legal, at least in North America, to the best of my knowledge. So, I mean, there's some hints in the codes. But then again, these guys are... not in North America.
But Take-Two doesn't even bring that up.
No.
It's literally, they are posting derivative code that they themselves admit that it's not their code. It's derivative code that allows people to play the games. And it, what's the word they use?
Here's an interesting thing I want everyone to wrap their mind around. The EU just ruled
supports
that
piracy, something like that.
The EU just ruled that it is not illegal to reverse engineer a product with the intent of fixing bugs.
Ooh.
I want to see if they can play that off just on the moment.
Where is RE3 based out of? Do we know?
I don't know. I just keep thinking about Resident Evil every time you say RE3, though.
I mean, yeah, me too. But that's what the fucking project is.
I'm just having like flashbacks.
Although I do want to play Resident Evil Vice City. That sounds fucking badass.
Hells yes. All right, let's land this one. We got to get into some stacking.
Coming up next, we buy the farm. We're going out. We're going out to pasture. We're throwing chairs at Staxels. Did you get a sheep? I didn't get a sheep. I got a dog.
No, I got stuck in a fucking mine.
Yep. My game actually crashed while when I was standing next to a bed, and apparently the game interpreted that crash as you slept in the bed, so now your spawn point is reset.
Mine just put me to sleep at one point. I'm like, I guess you're serious about that, eh? Huh.
Yeah. Oh, the you are feeling
give
sleepy.
you the notifications.
Yeah,
You're
right.
getting sleepy.
Hey, you might have seen our Shilly bot telling you to head over to vote.linuxgamecast.com because during segment recordings, you can bang ass things that we say that you think might make a good show title. Let's take a look.
I'm gonna give Resident Evil Vice City a vote. Sexy Big Burb.
Yo,
Yep.
Bodo. Yeah, all right,
Bono.
fine. You get a vote for that one. Yeah. Random Gadog Brent. OS Tingo. About Scott back in.
Yeah.
Vape World. I like Vape World.
Oh man, they had a funny bit on What We Do in the Shadows this week about they called up Scott Bakula because they thought he was a Dracula.
You'll have to keep scouring, man. I made that myself. I mean, somebody had made like a smaller image, but I brought it into Inkscape and vectorized it and stretched it out, sent it out to a print shop.
All right, looks like Indicative and Resident Evil Vice City are in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid, sexy Scott Bakula.
What's Bakula doing up these days?
I don't know. That's a good question. Scott Bakula. Last movie he was in was Basmati Blues.
What is
TV
that?
wise, it's like a Indian movie, I think. Basmati. It is. Yeah. Okay. Brie Larson and Utkarsh Ambudkar. Okay.
Brie Larson. That sounds familiar.
She was Captain Marvel in the Marvels.
I like that movie, but a lot more than I thought I would.
It was okay. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. I was like, that came out like at the tail. The only thing that even got me to put that on was Sam Jackson. I'm like, and it wasn't even Sam Jackson. It was DH Sam Jackson. I wanted to see how this looks.
digitally.
Right. So, but yeah, I mean, that was a completely serviceable movie. And that was like, you were kind of superheroed the fuck out by the time that rolled around.
Okay, all right. So Bakula is the lead on NCIS New Orleans, so that's what he's been doing.
Huh. I learned something. I'm not saying it was valuable, but I learned something just then.
Homie's got to work, right?
You would have thought he would have saved some of that Portal money.
There was the interview with him on the Captain's documentary. Apparently he went through a real bad divorce. So that may have depleted him a little.
That could have also got him to like, I need to go do some stuff. Get out of the house now.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like, you think Samuel L. Jackson is doing any of this shit for money? It's like, man, I'm bored. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Are you full yet, Pedro?
No.
He has a hole inside him that will never be filled.
Pedro's
I cut down the amount of nicotine
Pedro's trying
on
to make his own
the
vape
thing.
world.
No, I cut the
Vape
amount
world.
of nicotine because this is a 100 ml bottle.
I understand.
And yes. And instead of putting the two 20 milligram things that I used to, I only put one.
20 milligram.
Yeah.
20 milligram?
Yes.
You fucking peasant.
Yeah, there was 40 milligrams for 100 milliliters.
In his
so-
defense, that's not legal to buy in the UK. Barely legal to buy
No.
here. You have to buy it under the guise of like, hey, I'm using this for my laboratory.
The tube goes up neither of those places. It goes into the teeny tiny hole in the thing there,
Man,
and you fill it up. That's it.
you don't have to worry about Pickle Jeff ever having kids.
I cut it down to...
Didn't they like threaten to reboot Dexter's Laboratory? Or did they? Maybe Jordan. Was there ever like a threat to reboot Dexter's Laboratory?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I know there was an unreleased episode that got leaked that like it didn't make it past the censors, but like the full 12-minute episode or whatever did make it out.
Oh, no. I was thinking like maybe I'd heard something. But then again, I mean, modern day, everything's getting remade for fuck all reason, too.
I want Sexy Dexter's Lab with like Sexy Dexter. Played by the dude from Dexter.
Oh, okay.
Sexter. Yeah,
Sexter.
Sexter.
HBO Max presents
Sexter's Laboratory.
Mm-hmm. You know, Elvira's got a thing now on the Netflix. I saw that pop up in my suggestions. Yeah. I'm like, huh. All right.
Again, I have no idea how her girlfriend was able to stay quiet for 20 years. If my girlfriend was Elvira, I would not shut up about it. Ever.
Maybe that's like step one to being Elvira's girlfriend.
Maybe. Well,
You shtafu, and yeah.
Yeah. It's like one of the life hacks of having like even just nerd famous friends is don't talk about having nerd famous friends.
yeah. At least that's what PewDiePie told me.
Who? I still remember when Pedro brought that into my vocabulary. Pedro said this PewDiePie thing. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Then I went to it was like, what has he got? Like 3,000? What the hell's this?
Yeah, like 3 million followers.
Yeah.
Normally, I rely on Jordan to tell me what the kids are up to.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, age
as
group
the youngest
wise,
one here, yeah.
I didn't say it was a good idea. All right, let me see. Do we have... All right, that's loaded. We're good on that. Good to see, good to see. Thanks for the follow, UNCUT and Thirsty Pooch.
Wait, what? I heard Thirsty Pooch.
Can you read, son?
No.
Okay. Sucks for you. I'm just reading what it says on the little follow thing.
Yeah.
It says Thirsty Pooch.
Thirsty Pooch. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Under UNCUT.
So now
I don't usually look at that part of
Thirsty
the...
Poop.
I don't look at that part of the screen usually because that involves looking at Pedro and I try to minimize that.
See, that one says PT Dave 20.
Thank you very much, PT
And
Dave.
somebody under that. I think that was a twofer. Maybe. I might just have two of those loaded up, to be honest with you.
It's very possible.
There's one sub box.
Was there a message with that sub?
Was that a sub?
Yes, there was.
Bye,
a sub.
Pedro. I swear, those buttons are genuinely next to each other. Like, I'm not even making that up. And the sub box is right above Pedro.
What's right above my button?
Let's see. Where's being Pedro?
Damn it.
I'm on the bottom.
I thought it was something fun.
No,
I was
man.
wrong.
So that's the sub. I'm checking to see if I have two loaded up, which I don't think I do. Image status. I need naming conventions. See what you do. This will screw you up when you try to get responsible, name things correctly. You don't remember what they are. They're easier to track when it's like Greg73. Like, right, Greg73. That's the second Twitch sub alert. Nay. Okay, it's a 4-way background. Pedro. Twitch sub, separator.
Can't you see that your
4-way,
words can
5.
hypnotize me? But I can't stand your flashy lids.
You only got it open
This
once.
is why I'm broken.
Oh,
Your
there it
lid.
is. Ha ha. Okay, now we're down to 1. I'm old. They were both named the same thing. You shouldn't have allowed that, OBS. You monster. And I'm not
Don't you love
following.
it when don't you love it when whatever you're using supports having two things of the exact same name? You're always just like, fuck.
Well, it's bad when you realize that at the end of something, you're like, oh, well.
In AWS, it's nasty because like it's just the name tag, right? Like everything has the unique Amazon ID. So sometimes you get a bunch of shit named the same and you're like, well, fuck, time to trace all this.
Pickle Jeff, it would be absolutely okay if you started the BSD gaming podcast, but personally, I would totally listen to a haiku gaming podcast.
I want more people to do this. This is something we've been saying for 10 years. More.
How do you like
In
it?
the midnight
How do you
hour.
like it? With the rebel yell?
More. That's like the whole thing, man.
But yes, no, winning by default was pretty fun for a few years there, and now it's just getting a bit old.
Really? All right. By the way,
It's
not a cult.
it's one of those things where like I think a large swath of the Linux community likes to pretend we don't exist.
Yes, because we say the uncomfortable things.
Well, no, it's a part of
Like butt snuggle.
it. It's screechy people on the internet because you think about like the people we know. Like, that's a whole different story. What it is one thing I promised I was never going to do is do any shows where we were just mindlessly cheerleading Linux, because that doesn't help anything. That doesn't fix anything.
No, you gotta be critical of the shit you love.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you show up and you just pretend everything's fine, nothing gets fixed, and everything's not perfect. We're not perfect.
You could leverage so much criticism at me.
Mir, I do hate Susie, but I have damn good reason for that. Because I don't hate this for like baseless reasons. I was a SLUS admin for 3.5 fucking years, and it's awful. The worst. So bad.
Every single time I've actually loaded up Suzy and installed it on a machine, it doesn't even last a week. It's terrible.
Well, we're doing a game, you know, if you want to treat Linux like a real boy, can you imagine? Flip it. Let's say we're just doing a regular gaming podcast, and it's on Windows, and every game that we talked about was awesome, and it was great, and everything was perfect.
It would be kind of boring.
It would also be full of shit.
Yeah. Like, we've been pretty vocal about that. Here's the thing, like, it's great that developers are providing options for people to play their games on Linux, but that doesn't excuse inferior quality products.
Mm-hmm. Or just ones that flat out work.
Yeah. If you are going to be charging money, and especially if you're going to be charging a premium for your product, then it damn well fucking work. It better be worth the money, or else, you know, you've put that out there. People are well within their rights to say, no, this is not good. This is not this is not the dish that I ordered. Mm-hmm. Please take it back and don't spit in it.
So this is kind of how we roll, and we're going to continue rolling that. Hope you like it. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You might not like what we say, but you know, we're being honest about what we do say.
And like, shit, it's not a monolith here either. We disagree with each other like fucking constantly.
Yes. Repeatedly.
But some people have like special social skills. They found something to dislike about everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's everyone else's problem, not mine.
That's fine. And I'll keep saying this, in another decade, I'll still fucking be here. Outlive your enemies, kids. That's how you win. Who was quoted saying that?
The best revenge is living your best life.
No, outliving your enemies.
Wasn't that like a spy or something? Outlive Your Enemies is the fourth studio album from Babyland, apparently, in 1998. So, Babyland? According to Wikipedia.
Search quotes. It's best revenge you can get on your enemies to be happy. No. I've read this. This better not be like some brainy quote. William Sanderson. Someone French? Possibly.
I hope to outlive my enemies. Yep.
Also, something I've been really trying to drive in the heart of people. We're too small of a community to try to fucking make beefs and shit like that. That doesn't get anybody anywhere. Some people don't want to hear that, but that is reality. Are we ready?
Sure. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck William Sanderson is. Apparently not the guy from Blade Runner? I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerquisition for Staxel. Ooh, boy, we got high scores. I guess, Jordan, you can open it up since you'll be on.
All right.
With that, roll to me, then
Pedro.
Down to Pedro.
Cool.
Lock and load. Let's move over there. And in 3, 2.
We're back. Welcome to the Jerquisition. I'm your favorite Blade Runner actor, Jordan. And this week we're throwing some chairs at Staxel, developed by Plukit. I was about to say Plunkett, but that's not true. Developed on FNA, so thanks, Ethan. And you can get it for about $20. What is it? Staxel is a creative farming and village life game with a cast of quirky characters. Build your farmhouse. Help villagers take to the wilds to fish or hunt for bugs and grow a variety of crops in your backyard, not cannabis. Sad. If you're feeling social, you can even invite your friends over to share in the fun. So we gotta thank Drive PR, Game Drive PR, for sending us some keys for that. So I guess I'm getting into it. So on Fedora 34 64-bit. So I tested this on 2 different systems. On the R9 3900X with the GTX 1080 Ti, launches out of the box, holds 60 at UHD. It's full screen. There's no resolution controls. On the AMD 8150, powered by the RX 580, also holds 60 at full screen UHD, whatever the fuck the actual resolution is that's being scaled. So that being said, if you want to run this in windowed mode, you got to drag your own resolution. So have fun with that. Hope you have hot corners enabled on your DE or tiling window manager. It has support for the Switch and Xbox layouts for controllers, but no PS4. A little weird. I was playing this with mostly keyboard and mouse anyways, except when I was doing it on the AMD box for TV. Music, very Minecrafty. I'm pretty sure whoever composed that. I see you also went with the very short barn. I did that as well.
Yeah.
Minimum sized requirements. Fun wise, yeah, the game is a lot of busy work. I get that this is the appeal of farming sims, your Harvest Moons, Farmvilles, Stardew Valleys, whatnot. But man, it is not my thing. That tutorial could be a lot better. Farm Fan is really sus. I think she's a pyro. I want her to stay the fuck away from me. But yeah, normally you wake up, you water crops, harvest, sell, do quests, build stuff, and sleep. It's not a bad loop. There have been good games made off of it. Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, but I don't find it super engaging. The game also has villagers you can charm, like real relationships. You can get into the digital ones by just giving various people the stuff that they like and doing things for them without any expectation of anything in return. And, everything here is a little too cute, which makes you suspect that something sinister is happening around the corner. But, that doesn't seem to happen. You go into the creepy mine. I'm hoping to find some, disemboweled miners. Nope. Just moss and water. It's just a happy little farm with happy little trees and happy little animals. And if that's what you want out of your gaming experience, it's not bad. The crafting is a little tedious, especially when you need to use the machines until you can, afford to buy your own. And yeah, for what it's worth, I put my girlfriend in front of this and she had a great time, but she was doing all the animal husbandry stuff. So taking care of the cows and the animal and the dogs and whatnot. So, maybe if you're into that, you will receive this better. For me, I'm gonna give it 2 chairs. This is kind of meh.
All right, I got to reset my clock. Check it out over here, man. Running on Debian 11 on a Threadripper 1920X through 2 gigajoules RAM and all that fun stuff. NVIDIA 2060 for this graphical juggernaut. Windowed full screen, no problem. No option for resolution, like Jordan said. And I was like, dang, I full screened it and everything was fine. Minimized it. You can kind of, salt the taste with your dragging. Picked up the Xbox One XS, whatever, the right one I have, out of the box. Everything was mapped logically. That's how I played the game. Later on, I went back and played it with the keyboard, but then I went back and played it with the controller. Everything worked. OpenGL is our rendering engine, and everything was running at 60, kind of like you would expect. Now let's talk about fun, because this is my second least favorite category of games. This is the I need something to do simulator. And my first thought with this game was I got started in that thing, and I got a hoe, and I just started digging. Then I ran into bedrock, only a few blocks down. Very easy to get out. How am I supposed to build my underground vegan sex dungeon when I run into that right out of the gate? I mean,
this is going to be very shallow.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just going to point out, maybe you want to look into that. For a I need something to do simulator, that intro, it's a wee lacking on the something to do department. I'm just going to throw that out. I planted some veg, gave it some water, went around town, chatted with people, even the creepos with like cat ears. Climbed a mountain out of boredom because I'm fucking there. I'm like, okay, I'm going up that thing.
Farm fan. She's a serial killer, man.
Then I found a cave when I was in the overhead map view. I'm like, oh, look, there it is. So, hey, I got to go in the cave because I'm on the lookout for my vegan sex dungeon. And I went down. Then I got stuck in the cave. Then I had to spend 25 petals, because that's your currency, to teleport home, where I took a nap, checked on the veg, and kind of just noped right out of the game. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm just walking around like a confused old man, very close to reality. But I did come back to the game, just like looking for something, anything. I had to be absolutely fair. I did find a treasure chest, and it had some petals in it, so technically I kind of broke even with that teleport. I kind of considered that a win. Now, the map, Pedro's going to get into this a bit more than I am. Wicked small map, really, when you think about it. All the NPCs kind of just hang out in the center of the town. You don't run into anybody outside of that. And it's like a dark and twisted version of Lost, when you really think about it. Now, multiplayer, I was curious about that, because it does support it. Cross-platform, good on you. It only supports direct IP and friends connection, so you couldn't just like plop into somebody's, not to like wreck their shit or anything, but just kind of look around, like how are you supposed to be doing this stuff? What's the right way to go about this? And that's what I wanted to look around and see, but no dice for me on that. It is still being, it's been out for about a year, being actively developed. So who knows? This might turn into something huge one day, but I just don't feel that today is necessarily that day. I'm going to say, in the bomb explosion, if you're looking for a game built around harvesting, I'm going to say for the price, it's safe to skip Staxel and just like pick up carry. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I would say the 2 chairs. Pedro, take it away.
Yeah, over here on the Ryzen 7 3700X, it works out of the box, and it's FNA, so you fully expect it to work out of the box, and you also fully expect VSync to be a damn lie. If you have a FreeSync or G-Sync compatible monitor, the monitor itself will bring itself down to 60 to keep up with the game, but all it does when you turn on VSync in an FNA game is limit the FERPs to 60. It also creates a fucking folder in my home directory. -1 chair right off the bat.
No.
You can remap all the controls. Again, that's an FNA thing. I very much like that. I didn't bother with the controller since I've always Minecrafted with the keyboard. And make no mistake, this is the unwanted child of Minecraft's weird relationship with the Stardew Valley. Unfortunately, we get into the fun, and it seems to have inherited more from Stardew Valley than Minecraft, which happens to be the one in between those two games. It happens to be the one that I like the least. And by the least, I mean I don't like it at all. I liked Minecraft because it gave you this great big world. It was actually a huge world for you to make your own fun. There were cave systems full of natural stuff to find, abandoned mines with like random stuff that you could scavenge, towns with NPCs that didn't treat you like you were their best friend. And
no cat ears.
Later, no cat ears. Yep.
That's not true. Minecraft? No.
And
plenty cat ears.
and even ruins of like old underground civilizations that you would actually go to find the end of Minecraft. I like the exploration. It's the only thing I like about these games. And if the exploration is rewarding, I will engage with the other mechanics because I want to see what else the game does. Since I like the exploration bit so much, all right, show me more. If it isn't, then I won't. And the first thing I did in Staxel was go and explore the world. Like then, I too found the chest at top of the mountain. And I realized just how small the game was. There was actually another chest, and the two chests combined contain less than 200 of the petal currency and not much of anything else. It sees Stardew Valley, but in voxely 3D with edgelords, catgirls, and Bishonen villagers. Someone's bound to love it, but it honestly did nothing to change my opinion, and it only soured it when I noticed that stupid fucking My Games folder in my home directory, so it gets 1 chair.
Who is the edgelord? I didn't run into edgelords.
There's one with the like the hair in front of the, I don't remember his name, but yeah, the dark clothes, hair in front of his eyes.
No, I got a question. First, I'm going to go ahead and throw
yes,
this
could
out,
be me.
right? We were talking during the break. Like, we don't agree on shit. So, like, yeah. I absolutely wouldn't dinged anything at you because it puts something off your home folder. I'm like, I don't fucking care, whatever. It'll be like,
I think after
now to finish my sentence is, you know, I might notice it's there 9 months from now and go, all right, delete. Okay, I'm done. Also, Pedro, I got to ask you, how much time did you spend creating a character?
About 5 minutes.
That is 60 times. Yeah, that's a lot more than I did.
Oh,
I went through all the options to see everything, and then I picked the ones I like best. There, done.
Pedro makes himself in video games.
One thing I will ding this chair for, or that it did get dinged a chair for, no cloud save. So, you know, it's a tick box in Steam, guys. Turn it on, man.
Well,
it's not hard.
This is cross-compatible with the Switch, too, so.
Yeah. So,
and the whole thing about creating folders. Yes, last week we had Skateburb. That did it right. It found, you have a pictures folder to find the next DG directories. Okay, I'll create a folder in there to put the screenshots and the videos. That's it.
But that My Games folder is a Windowsism too. Like that just shows up in your home directory.
Yeah, no, it's stupid. If you're going to do that, if it is a folder for configs, you put it in .config. If it is a folder that stores like local configurations, you put it in .local share. If it is a folder for your screenshots, you put it in the pictures folder.
What I'm hearing is developers do a user check for anyone named Pedro and then just make a million random directories in their home folder.
No, basically, Pedro, you know you can fix this. Just you right click and you
that's malware. At that point, that's malware.
What you got to do is just uncheck the box that shows hidden files. Problem solved.
Yeah, but I keep that box.
Yeah, I'm saying you're just doing it wrong. There's
just make your home directory read only. That's
I'm using
solution.
my computer wrong, am I? Okay, all right.
I got it from an expert that there's one way to do something.
chmod 400-r tilde. Just do that. All right. Coming up next, we're talking about some HP Lovecraft on Linux. Linuxcraft.
And see.
Hewlett-Packard Linuxcraft. That's what that stands for. For the longest time, I thought HP Lovecraft standard for Hewlett-Packard.
Oh, shit, you were waiting for Compaq to release their version?
Right, yeah. I'm waiting for Dell Lovecraft.
Thank you, Sandy.
Maybe some... Yes.
I try my best to be fair with shit like that. I mean, that game is not mine. That's why I went back to it. I'm like, I'm done with this fucking game. I'm like, no. They took the time to send us review copies. Let's go back to it, play it. And I tried. Like I said, man, I was determined to make a vegan sex dungeon. And I got stuck in that damn cave. I was cross about that. Like,
well, and if you took your pants off, it could be a one-person vegan sex dungeon.
Could have been. You know, I was more upset that I got stuck in the cave and I wasn't streaming that. I'm like, this would have been entertaining. I'm like, hi, I'm Vin losing his shit. As much as I lose my shit these days, but yeah, you get the point.
Well, welcome back to Plato's allegory of the cave. I'm trapped here forever.
Yeah, no, seriously. Stop assuming that everyone has the system in the same language or that people like having random shit thrown into their home directory.
So what, would you prefer Monhuegos?
See, that I would at least give it a pass on originality.
So one thing to
Mio
come out of
juegos.
one thing to come out of the Twitch leaks was like their bannable, unbannable enforcement policy things with like pictures and shit. It was like how much nipple is acceptable and under what circumstances. It was fucking fascinating.
How much nipple is acceptable under what circumstances?
100% all male nipple all the time.
No nipples.
Well,
Sorry, Sandy, you can't take your shirt off anymore.
No, all the male nipples, baby. I'm going to see if it's still on. It might have been pulled down.
I know Amber got a copy of the leak. She was poking through it.
Well, this was like posted on our Twitch, so they might have pulled it off the subreddit. I mean, I would have, because I'm just straight up like, here's internal documentation.
Yeah.
Man, the whole female presenting nipples thing is so fucking stupid. Like, my God.
We live in a society where watching someone get beheaded, watch someone get shot.
Thank you, Costanza.
That is perfectly acceptable.
Joker.
But when it comes to, showing the human form,
that would be a nice
naughty.
flex if Costanza went as the Joker.
I would watch that movie if they just replaced Joaquin Phoenix with Jason Alexander as
All
like
I'm
George
saying
Costanza.
is, like, if you give me a 30-minute Netflix Halloween special like that, I'm watching the shit out of that. Just on a principle.
he's just shooting people. It's like, boom, 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 boom.
But pornography is a big no-no. Violence, bring it, bitch.
Well, yeah. Have you been to the Vatican? There are awful murals on those ceilings, and that's family friendly.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
So
from our Twitch.
that's the world we live in.
If you don't spend money on it, it's not a heretic purchase. Purchase is in the name.
It is a purchase, yes.
Also, if you're an artist and somebody commissions you to do like emotes and shit like that, get half your money up front.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to have a down payment.
That's just
Quote him double and then ask for half up front. Because you're never going to see the second half.
You're never going to see the first half. Here's the thing: you don't look at it as like a lost opportunity. You're like, oh, I might be losing a commission. No, that motherfucker was never going to pay you in the first place. That's how you find out who's going to pay you money.
Yeah, it's the whole like one pirated game does not equal one lost sale. Mm-hmm. That person who pirated it never had an intention to buy it in the first place, for the most part. There might be a few who like,
unless they live in a country where they can't.
I mean, for the most part, I would say the overwhelming number of software pirates are just people who wouldn't have paid for it if they had the means.
Oh yeah,
or Portuguese.
Again, can't pay with it even if they had the means. That would require Portugal to have money.
I don't know.
Yes.
Pedro was the one telling me about like, yeah, we got a storage tax because we pirate so much shit.
Yes. I didn't say that second bit, but yes, it effectively creates you are paying that tax so that everything on your hard drive, every bit of data there.
Is that Portugal or EU? I remember
Portugal.
you saying EU. Okay, then I misremembered.
That was one of the things that was up for grabs in the EU, but only certain member states. I think it was Portugal, France, Italy, maybe. There were very few countries that actually implemented that, but yes, it was a tax on storage, so everything that you had in storage was yours. That didn't allow you to redistribute it, but if it was in your storage, it was yours. Denmark.
100%
those crazy Danish.
chocolate. So we got a hate mail, and let's go ahead and roll it back. We're going to be doing Cube Racer 2 again. There's a free demo if you want to play around with it. No idea if it's going to work, but I played around with it for a minute. And there is, it looks like it's really fun. Cube Racer.
Yeah, Cube Racer.
Yeah. I'll get a refill. I'll take one of my shark
I
caffeine
downloaded.
drinks. What?
I downloaded Dagon, but I forgot to fucking fire it up. I got distracted. Damn
Dagon?
it, ADD brain. The first hate mail thing.
Oh, got it.
Launches with Steam Play.
All right. I will be... Boop. There we go.
Works out of the box on Linux. If
Yeah,
you have
via Proton.
wild mode enabled in Proton, yes. Which is still not enabled by default. You need to go into the settings and tick that box.
Oh, I have it enabled full on. Because
Yes.
I understand why Valve turns that off by default, because that is lowering the grief scope substantially. When people are like, this game doesn't work, I want a refund. And they're like, okay, well, yes, but I see you've ticked the box, so you knew that that was a chance when you started. So go away.
You do get all the warnings. It's like you hit a thing if it's not in the whitelist. You get this will launch with Proton.
Genuinely wonder how they're going to be handling that with the Steam Deck going forward. Like, there's a lot of these like unanswered minor questions that will add up into big things. Like I said, I don't want it to fail, but I'm pretty sure it will fail.
At this
point, people don't know what the fuck they want.
But that's the thing. The whole, as a concept, if Valve can get anywhere near that 100% of game compatibility working, and people just go, okay, there's this game I really like to play. Can I? Ooh, it does work. Okay, cool. Most people will be okay with that.
Nobody's gonna pay $400 to find out, though.
Yes, that's why influencers exist.
Nobody's gonna pay $400 to find out. Like, listen, no. Like, at an intellectual level, I understand what you're talking about. I agree with you for the most part. I'm just saying that as hopeful as we're being, it's gonna eat shit and burn because the universe is unkind.
Yes. At that level, I too agree with you. But it is, comparatively speaking, given Valve's previous foray into hardware, this is being done way better. Like, no comparison whatsoever.
What are we on about?
The Steam Deck.
It's awesome. I hear it's going to flop.
That's what Jordan was saying.
I'm saying that specifically because the universe is a cruel, uncaring place.
And while I agree with that, I think that they've actually done everything right up until now.
But you can do everything right and still fail.
Yes.
I mean, you can. Here's one thing. Here's one thing that's going to, as much as we would like it to be the case, but I mean, if it absolutely is the case, which probably more than likely won't be the case, is if it's a dumpster fire experience when people try to run Windows on it.
That will probably be the case at first, yes.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a shitload of willingly obtuse people.
Yeah, but
who are gonna.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, in order to get it like running Windows and Steam, you're probably gonna have to download some scripts on the internet.
Oh
Windows
yeah, you're
users
going
are
to
fine
have to
doing
go
that.
to Bob's website and download shady.exe and run that.
Pedro, an exe is not a script.
Yeah, correct. With the exe, you have fuck all idea what it's doing. But no, downloading random exes off of websites, that's okay. Downloading scripts on the internet, you're expected to be a security expert.
Listen, man, last time I tried to download something from GitHub, I ended up with a web page.
Last time I tried to download something from Last time I tried to download something from GitHub, Facebook went down.
I didn't recoil, but I kind of had the please let you're doing this for a fact, right? Come on.
How does someone who builds such a successful tech channel on YouTube fail that miserably?
Because there is a difference between hardware and software, and being an expert in one doesn't make you an expert in the other. That's just kind of how it is.
Well, it's kind of the skills are non-transferable. There's like you have to learn an entirely new skill set. That's like, here's the thing. You can go ask any of your local mechanics that are used to working on whatever. Here in the States, if I give somebody like a 356A, 356B split case 4-cylinder, they're going to tell me to get fucked. That's one engine that I can rebuild. Piece of cake. Also, it's really light. It's easy to do. But you give them like, push rod V8, be it a Ford, Cleveland 4-bolt main, something like that, or, Chevy.
I mean, would you say it's an equivalent metaphor to say like bringing in your Tesla to a regular ass mechanic, right? Like,
yeah, it's not even that much. What I'm saying is just the difference between like internal combustion engines. There's different ways of achieving the same thing, like horizontally, like a boxer style, something that's a split case versus what I'm used to, which is push rods. Like even like when you take some mechanics, they're like, I don't even want to fuck with overhead cams, man. Car people are like, aptomnology. If you're not into cars, maybe like the Tesla thing is a little too extreme, though.
A little too extreme?
A little too extreme.
Yeah. I was just trying to wheel it back a little bit for the non-mechanics in the audience.
This is Linux Carcast. Welcome. We'll be on PBS next month.
Really? I thought we were going for BBC. Trying to steal Chris Evans' slot on. Man, I don't know. Is the new Top Gear still running?
We need to hit El Rey late night. Then we can just do it naked.
Oh fuck! Oh, if we can get on like the Latino channels, oh fuck yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
El Rey just like breaks out. Like I was watching the, which was surprisingly not as bad as I thought it was going to be, the Dusk Till Dawn TV series.
Yeah, they're also doing Lucha Underground, like fucking wrestling and shit. Robert Rodriguez co-owns that network, I think.
I was surprised. It was like, I'm like, this is, within budget for what they were trying to do. And then just like, hey, look, random nudity.
Yep.
Let's see. All right, so we get that. Monopoly. Your current ride. What?
You're driving a box?
Yeah.
Paddy wagon?
I think this is a safe bet. I don't think. Hang on.
1933 panel van?
Steve, at any point in your life, have you been inside of a jail cell? I'm not talking prison. I'm just saying local country's jail.
I have an awful idea, and I'm going to share it with you because you all deserve to suffer. It is a food truck. It is Burglar's Burgers Patty Wagon.
See, McDonald's gonna sue your ass.
Nope. I'm the burglar, not the hamburger. I'm the burglar. It's a tongue twister. It is a distinct intellectual property. And this is my patty wagon.
I mean, like, could be like a cow feces removal service.
Could be. I don't know. That's what popped into my head when I saw a patty wagon, so you're welcome. I would not eat at Steve's Burger. I know it's probably some plastic in that. Some fucking Barbie hands.
It's not cereal, it's just Barbie hands.
Why is it only white Barbie hands?
Whitey's gonna pay.
Barbie's gotta pay.
Where did Ken go?
Meat conveyor.
He's got a new fast food truck.
And then you turn around and you look at Steve and he's got the frilly hat on.
No, you turn around and you look at Steve, he's got bloodshot eyes, he's completely covered in cocaine. It's like,
wake up, sheeple. All right, everyone.
oh man, that's a sliding scale on a scale from Steve to Alex Jones. How crazy are you?
I mean, that curve's kind of not that.
Yeah, that's a sine wave, man. That's a.
All right. Click, clock. Come on, where's the gerbil? There it is. Start recording. Ha. Hate mail, final segment of the show. Prepare to record. En tres, dos. How do you say uno in Portuguese?
We're done. I mean, you mean the card game? That's Uno. That's the same name everywhere. If you mean the number, it's one or.
Is it spelled JUAN?
No, it's just UM. Okay, now that we're done antagonizing just about everyone,
that's a warm up.
Chances are you were probably annoyed by something we said during this particular show, so that's okay. We kind of expect it. In fact, we have a segment to address just those concerns. It's called Hate Mail. And here we are. And if you'd like to take us up on the offer and share your grievances, go to linuxgamecast.com, hit the contact button, and fill out the form. LGC Weekly is the default, so you don't even need to choose a topic in the little drop box. You can just type in your message. And yeah, don't include URLs, though. The spam golem does not like URLs.
Oh, you can fucking try,
there's some
baby.
caveats at the top.
You can do it.
Yeah, you got a URL encode shit. Yeah.
Oh, man, it'll bite you. So I wanted to throw this in because the developer did it good. They read the instructions and they're like, shit, spam golem's not letting me go through. Maybe I need, oh, look, there's an email address. I'm going to send an email address. And this, kids, was the result of said email about Dagon. It's from Macy J. It's, hi, guys. We've recently released our free short narrative experience based on H.P. Lovecraft's story. It holds an overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam, has been reviewed over 3,500 times, and we've reached over 450,000 lifetime total units so far. The game works out of the box on Linux. That's neat. So maybe you'll be interested in checking it out. I'll be happy to provide you with additional info and links. So I was like, oh, okay. Let me go grab a copy of, I guess it works with Proton?
It does work with Proton. It launches in full screen. It kind of eats shit performance-wise because it's trying to run 60 hertz at UHD, and it's as far as I can tell, it's Unreal Engine 4. So not very happy. Got to bump that down into windowed mode. As for the adaptation of Dagon, it's a story I've read. The intro seems about right, but I haven't gotten much further than that. But if you're a Lovecraft fan, you can definitely check it out. It's free. They have a paid version.
They have a paid thing. The reason I wanted to throw this in here is this is a problem we're going to be coming into. Now, we're not going to start covering games that, hey, it runs with Proton, is like as Jordan ran into. You ran into some issues. Now, I know if a developer's coming out and saying, hey, we found out it runs with Proton. What if there's a problem? You can't fucking fix it. That means what I'm going to do, hit Valve on the GitHub, and maybe one day it gets fixed. So now with the free game, you're risking some bandwidth. It's not a big deal. But I wouldn't recommend picking up the $4.99 DLC for this. Not because I have a problem with DLC. It's, do both of you see what I'm coming at? Like, yeah, there is the risk there. And when you come out as a developer, you're like, hey, maybe Linux people are going to be buying my games, which is awesome because we absolutely will be. Especially with Steam Deck, and it's just going to be people buying mobile, hey, portable console, and everything's going to work. You do need to keep this in mind, though, that there is a Proton penalty with, because a developer can be willfully ignorant of like, oh, it does work on the Steam Deck. That's neat. Good. When something goes sideways, you got to talk with Big Papa Valve, and when they get around to it, to get it sorted. No, the developer's like, I don't know. I mean, it's UE4 engine game, as Jordan, I think that's got a Vulkan render, so you can export that out to Linux, but that's not your DICE.
Yeah, I mean, as we start moving forward with more games being quote unquote supported on the deck, I don't know. Are we going to start seeing like a more aggressive whitelist from Valve, or are they just going to do their blanket statement? I think it has to sort of be an evolving position, right? As more things come to light.
I think it does. And like out of the box on Proton, with a Steam Deck out of the box, you have to assume it's not, because it's not on the desktop. You don't have Wild West mode enabled by default. That's going to be something you can do. But like even with support with like, we guarantee these games are going to work, which is not surprisingly going to be that difficult when you got fixed hardware, because you can test it inside out.
Yes. And you brought up the point of Wild West mode. That's still, because the Steam Deck is not out yet. That's still not enabled by default. So claiming that it works out of the box on Linux is a little disingenuous, to say the least.
A little bit. I would say that, if you can reasonably click play and it launches and you don't need to go to ProtonDB, I will say I did I installed it earlier and I did not test it until we started recording this segment. But aside from like a fairly long startup time, which is pretty common with Proton games, especially if they don't have a lot of shaders cached, yeah, it ran fine. So I yes, it's disingenuous to say it works out of the box on Linux, but it also does kind of, you click play and it runs.
Well, this is also something you have to address, because I've answered this question more than once on Twitter. Is somebody recently, a couple of weeks ago, like, I had this game running last time I installed Linux. Why can't I get it working? It's a Windows game. And I had to explain to them, like, by default, everything's not on. I'm like, here, go here, go here. And they're like, oh, yay, neat. Okay, thanks. Bye. So
it's only the whitelist games that allow you to do that, which Valve hasn't updated the whitelist in about a year now. So, yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing like the soft whitelist and the GitHub updates, but yeah, you'd wish to get that manifest.
So it is well known. There is only way to cut us painfully, deeply, irreversibly.
And apparently, Silent Hill 4, the one Silent Hill 4 sent us a message about the show. I've been listening to LGC from September half. I like the discussion very much. I've switched to listening to LGC these days while tinkering with something over lo-fi beats. Go ahead, guys. Love the show. P.S. Audio quantity is so perfect. Raising hands.
There is a lot of quantity.
Did you run that through auto translate? Did you just paste your comment into Google Translate and then copy that? That's fine. If you did, that's absolutely okay.
I just want to see the lo-fi LGC remixes.
No, baby.
Come on, abstraction. Come on. Do it.
This is how we roll, man. On the stage show, we walk out and like, audio quantity is so perfect, and we all just raise our hands and exit.
Audio quantity is so perfect.
No, it's just loud. Yeah, it's just loud. There's quantity of audio. There's not quality of audio.
That's what I'm saying, man. Listening to our nonsense on, I could see that with some lo-fi beats in the background. 100%. Maybe that's an interesting mix. I guess you're going for audio quality is so perfect. I don't know about the raising hands, but okay.
That might be like raising hands emoji, send tweet.
It possibly could be. Thanks. I do what I can. If you do want to treat, MP3 is going to MP3, but I do a 48K 32-bit joint stereo MP3. So if you want to throw that on a decent pair of speakers, it's going to sound really good. But I got to strike a delicate balance, because there's that group, which is incredibly small, and there's I got my earpods that came with Thing X. That
earbuds, headsets.
I am listening to this on a phone speaker on a bus because I'm one of those person.
I test because like the headphones, the studio monitors that I have on right now, I can't use. I mean, I ballpark that, but I also have like the cheap pair from the petrol station of Skull Candy that were like $8 or $9, and I also have just a tablet that I try to listen to. You guys are easy. Pedro's a little more difficult because you got a lower voice. Jordan comes across clear. Joe comes across clear. Me, I'm in a constant battle of like carving out the bottom end. So without making it sound like I'm like a 1920s, like, hello guys, newscaster, hello. And doing
I kind of want that though. That would be preferable.
We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. That was one of the reasons for the Golden Age pre-73 Junior, because that is the common complaint. They're like, this thing's so brutal, it just rolls off all the low end. I'm like, neat. Let's try that. So, hey, thanks for listening, though. We do appreciate it. But that's going to bring us to our low end. Yeah.
Drop it. Is it over?
Drop that ass.
We got to drop it
no.
while raising hands. Hey, if you want to raise your hands at me, you can do that over on Twitter. I'm just at Vin Stone. That's where I'm at, hanging out, doing the things, like, and all that fun stuff. I try to at least read it. You got to realize in like the 3 hours, I will have 78 to 100 notifications and like twice that by the time I get up in the morning. But I try to read them all, so keep that in mind. Mastodon, if you're into that, we got our own Mastodon account. I'm still active there. I post every now and then. Mass.linuxgamecast.com. I want to thank Civic for keeping that nice and civil. And that's pretty much it.
I'm not going to put my hands in the air. I'm going to put my butt in the air because I am Twerkmaster J. You can find me on Twitter at The Burning Fool or streaming occasionally. I'm going to try and get some streaming done this week. Twitch.tv/Burning Fool.
Hands in the air.
My hands down now.
Nope.
Hands up, pants down, baby.
Okay. I can't put my pants down because my hands are up here.
You need some sun. You're getting whiter than me.
Yeah, when I'm darker than you,
I've
you
been
have problems.
deliberately avoiding
Yes.
going outside, so the whole lockdown thing kind of helped. But if you want to tell me that I can put my hands down, go onto Twitter at unaccounted4. That's FOUR, and tell me that I can put my hands down because my arms, they're not used to working so much.
Let's roll some credits.
Yeah.
Oh God, there's teeny tiny cameras on the credits too. I can't put my arms down.
Yeah, it's Mount Spitemore, baby. Mount
That's called fucking
Spitemore.
your own dumbass.
Yeah,
stretch, baby. We're getting all the stretches.
If you want to etch Pedro's painful face on the mountainside, you can join our advisors like Megas and Arthur and our executive producers Aldius, Bob Ram, Scott Michaud, Mr. Fox Dog, Atomic Ass, Mike G, Mike T, Drummer 7, and Kohaku.
Chicago
our
kicks ass with Dark Wave
little
and
Nicky
Abstraction.
fans. Yeah, our Sea Monsters, Jack B, Renault
Jack
Page.
Renault,
Then we got our
Vertinuda,
Ducks Nuts.
Justin Frostclaw, Strider, Rider X Machina, and Trudgy.
Doom 2.
And of course the Death Notes.
Steve B,
Dirty Dean,
Jason
Leonardo,
B, Lord
Party
Buckle,
Jones,
Kim, Stephen
Reginald,
Gill,
Thomas
Benjamin,
C, Martin W,
Krez G,
Rudy B.
Kentucky Linux Cast.
Oil of Hope,
Oh man, Frank, what are you doing
Amish.
Fine Upstand
Linux
Cannibals,
Noob.
bitch. That
Have you
works.
quantum
Even
looped
you're
back?
Like Carr, like Mike, like Arthurian, like Linux Newer, like Aldius, Noctilus, John Eshep, and Gamatron back here on my board.
Get out of here, Frank.
Oh
Get
yeah,
lost.
goodbye,
Frank.
Frank. Bye,
Keep hands up.
Frank.
Hands up, baby.
What do you think, Jordan?
Hands are
You
still
got
fucking
another
up.
45 minutes in you? You want to?
Yeah.
Anything
Oh,
you
yeah,
need to get
I-
off your chest? Yeah.
Oh no, I got another 2 hours. I got nothing going on.
Tell me when it goes numb.
I still have a few more minutes in me, but I can feel my shoulders are starting to warm up.
Dynafire, everyone. We'll see you next
Bye-bye.
week.
You shouldn't have shared that, Pedro. You should not have shared that.
I'd wave, but hands up and whatnot.
Lift your sack and spread your cheeks.
And scene. Boop. Thank you, Mike. Oh, Joe, you said sticky uppy. I thought you wrote sick puppy. And I was like, both of those track. He's an ill dog.
Oh man, yeah, I absolutely want to bring Pedro to a vet and be like, "There's something wrong with my dog. Can you help?"
Meow, bitch.
We gotta get him put down. I'm sorry, doggy.
I think my snake has autism. Put its hands down.
Also, my snake has hands.
One
Also,
problem at a time.
I forgot to mention, I got a replacement one. Just in case this one goes, I found another cheap secondhand Logitech G903.
Were you
not in bad condition.
Was there worry, or are you still like hoarding training wheels?
No, but I really like this mouse, and since Logitech has this nasty habit of discontinuing nice things,
get a normal mouse, Pedro. Normal mouse.
Okay, so put that monstrosity down and show me a normal mouse. Technically correct.
Only with the appropriate UDEV rules.
Yes.
Speaking of that, man, go to like our Steam. Wait, I don't know if it might have been Steam Play. There were people having legitimate discussions on the best place to find these new unbox for collecting with all the accessories. I didn't have the heart to write them. I'm like, I got the one on the desk and I got one brand new in the box. Never opened it. It was like $5.
I was looking all over for the adapter for this fucking thing, and
the adapter,
like the Wi-Fi dongle for the Steam controller.
Why?
And because I wanted to see if it would still fucking work for a game. Yeah. I want to set up the gyro on something because it's like, oh yeah, Steam controllers have gyros.
Mine is in the unused one. So yes, I slid the thing off the box to put the dongle in it. So it's got two dongles.
There's an end to the story. It turns out I just plugged it into this USB port in the monitor so that I wouldn't lose it, and I didn't realize that. So I thought I had lost it. I had looked all over. I'm like, oh, it must have gotten lost in the move. And then I'm walking in, and I'm like, what's that plugged? Oh.
Fuck. Yeah.
See, I know exactly where the dongle for this one is. It's plugged to the Steam box. That's where it lives.
That was the thing. They had like the 3D printed back plate that had the holder for it here.
Yeah, the little thingy.
That should have been fucking standard. 100% should have been standard.
They did a solid. They made it Bluetooth.
They turned on the Bluetooth because of software-defined radio. They're just like, yeah, we could. All radios can speak Bluetooth,
and
we choose to make them.
They enabled like, hey, look, surprise gyro.
To be fair, the gyro was there since the start. It's just that nothing used it.
Well, it wasn't. Here's the problem.
Yeah, they didn't tell anyone about it.
No, more than that, it wasn't enabled. You had to do a software update to enable it.
Yeah, it had, if you went on Steam Big Picture mode, it had the gyro option there. It's just that I never saw anything use it, and I never used it myself, so yeah. Probably.
It is a better love story than the Nintendo Switch that just recently enabled Bluetooth audio.
Oh, and it sucks. Everyone that tried it is like, oh god, it keeps dropping.
Hey man,
like,
listen, it's fucking Nintendo. You need to be grateful you didn't have to pay for it.
It's true. No, you need the special Mario headbuds. The little Birdo buds that go in your ears.
No, it's Nintendo. What they should have done is only enable Bluetooth for, I don't know, like 500 Switches, because artificial scarcity is the name of the game.
Gotta watch out for the scarcity.
I mean, no, if you fall off your motorcycle without any protective gear, you're gonna enter scarcity.
You know, I wiped out on my motorcycle once, and that was it. Fortunately, it broke down and left me stranded, and I had to push the damn thing, so I got rid of it. Yeah. That problem took care of itself.
Vote.thisgamecast.com. We should.
Would you ever consider getting maybe not a motorcycle? Would you ever consider getting like a scooter, Jordan?
Nah.
Yeah. Not just
like the little like a moped.
Yeah, a scooter. Yeah.
Does not appeal to me.
Too fast.
I guess, yeah. Too fast, too furious.
I don't know. I mean, when I'm downtown, man, I get one of those little green scooters every now and then, and like jump curves and shit. I mean,
yeah. If it wasn't a $5,000 fine to murder a cyclist, I would ride my bike more.
If it wasn't,
yeah, because you can just kill cyclists for $5,000 and pay $5,000 in Toronto. It's great.
Getting away with murder.
Well, I mean, fortunately, not being on a cycle, like being on the sidewalk, protects you. Magic shield.
No. you would think so. You would think so. But the precedent says otherwise.
Scott says you get murder and $5,000 fine.
Well, yeah. You don't get, yeah, well, you pay $5,000. Yeah.
On top of murder.
I mean, if I hit you and run away, it's scot-free.
I'm just saying, you made it sound like we could all just take a holiday up to Toronto.
I mean, you could. If you
Just convince someone you don't like very much. Could you go to Toronto one of these days, please?
Man, you know,
Why?
like,
Just, get...
Yeah, here's a bicycle, by the way. Go right around.
you can just like get it out of your system.
Yeah.
I always wanted to feel what it was like to run over a Canadian on a bicycle in Toronto at 4 p.m. on a Thursday.
I mean, yeah.
Apparently, it's always cyclist season in Toronto. You just pay $5,000 and you get one free.
Well, you got to be careful. They only
you kill him first, and then you.
They only give out so many licenses per year, so you got to get tags. You got to tag them if you put them down.
Mm-hmm.
The Rangers come by, and the Mounties. That's what they do, man. They check you.
On their horses.
Mooses.
Man, fuck the Mounties.
I don't know.
Okay, now I gotta look up how do you actually pronounce that goddamn
Mounties?
word.
Oh.
No. Okay, scarcity. All right, fine.
Scarcity.
Yeah, as in things are scarce.
As in things are scary, because that sounds like Scare City.
That's Scary
about
City.
a SCART connector and go not that way. You know, I'll say one good thing
there's
about
the UK version. Okay, let's check the UK pronunciation.
Here's the thing.
Scarcity.
I mean, one of the things about like retro gaming and people doing all
scarcity, is
the like old background stuff is people in North America now kind of know what a SCART connector is.
The only reason I know what a SCART connector is because you fucking told me about one.
Oh,
I'm like,
alright.
what the fuck is that?
Composite audio video.
That intro
Analog.
is rough on this game, by the way.
Yes, that tutorial is so bad. Fucking farm fan. Don't like her.
Team race. Okay, I have a lobby open if you guys want to try to get in.
Oh, Cube Racer 2 demo.
Let's start Steam.
Made with Unity.
Got to get over to After Games, and I'll see if I can get this queued up.
Please no Unity matchmaking. Please no Unity matchmaking.
Well, I got a lobby, so I'm guessing you guys gonna.
Understandable. Have a great day. Can I options? What the fuck? Display. Let's knock this down maybe a little bit.
Oh, what? I told you it's rough. You got to get in game before it's smooth out.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't finish the sentence.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant like a tutorial or some shit. Keyboard. All right, back. Whatever. Oh, is there no controller support?
Keyboard.
Yes. Keyboard. All right. Can I join? Oh, Ven needs to be online. You are offline.
I thought I just went online.
I don't know.
Is there a
Nope, hang on, nope.
private game?
Online.
Oh, private game code.
I'm online now.
Okay.
Friends. I cannot
no
join you.
Yeah, no right click join. Do you have a game code?
I can make one, I guess.
Okay.
Wait, hang on. It says start queuing? Private game code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I am in the queue. I'm searching.
Yep. Me too. Searching and hoping and thinking and praying.
Blink. Game found.
Yeah.
Game down. I got Pedro. I got Ven, Mr. Foxdog.
Ven and Foxy.
Okay, this
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
yeah, this thing manages like 16 FERPs until you get out of these horrible menus.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting a solid 20.
Yeah, apparently these are ray traced.
We're just waiting on Pedro.
Oh,
Jill.
Michael. Here we go.
All right.
Oh no, is it really gonna run like? What happened? Oh.
Wah! Wait, what? Do we stay off the thing? I'm unclear.
Apparently. I'm pushing the thing and it's not. Oh, R. Okay.
Arrow keys.
Our arrow keys.
Yep.
The arrow keys don't work for me.
It's probably because you have a map to bullshit.
I don't fucking understand what's happening
here.
Fuck.
Uh-oh. Am I supposed to hit that? Oh, damn.
I am completely fucked. Okay. I have got last place. Excellent. Okay, I see.
Yeah, this thing's got performance issues. Let's just put it like that.
Yes it does. What the fuck? I don't know.
Oh, that rain's hurting it. Oh, it's so bad. I just wanted to try it once.
Okay. Alright, reset. Yeah. Oh, this is bad.
There's nothing like bringing a, How am I supposed to get over there? I gotta climb the wall. I can't jump now. I'm out of jump.
Yeah, once you get off the track, I think no more jump. Fuck! I hate this game.
Oh wow, the wall jump noises are interesting.
Oh, right. What is that sound?
I don't know, but I feel slightly uncomfortable listening to it.
Wall riding, kind of. Ish.
Yep.
Yeah, peasants. Hello, water.
God damn it. I don't understand.
How dare you reset me all the way over here, Gabe? Boo.
All right. You did it. I'm still fucking trying to figure out how to play this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get one out so we can say we've done this once.
Well.
Not like that.
Nope.
Not like that.
Not like that. You know what? I give up. I quit.
I'm about to give up.
Game. Back to menu. Surrender.
You know what? For a demo, you need to like make it playable. Outside of that,
Yeah. All right.
everything's good for you. Okay, I gotta get this wall ride though.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that this would play better with a controller.
Can't let Pedro win more.
Too late. Jill actually finished second.
Good on you, Jill.
Because fuck this.
Yes.
I'm not going to waste more
No,
hours.
Jill
of my
didn't
life on
finish second. You did. Apparently, Jill gave up.
it. Yep.
Well, that just goes to show. I mean, some people are like, you know what? I've had enough.
Yep. I've made it a point. I need to know when I need to stop playing a game and walk away.
I think this will be fun for the after shows once it's in a
Playable state. Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
So tonight,
It could be like a very simple Fall Guys type of situation.
that's kind of the vibes I was getting for it.
Yeah.
So I think tonight we'll close out with we'll just play a little bit of Shell Shock. I'll light up the after shows and we'll hang out for a little bit. We'll be tanks before we go. We'll say tanks before we go bye-bye.
Yes. Thanks for the memories.
Tanks for nothing.
But yes, no, it was running like poo-poo.
Oh, man, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like, I knocked it down to a window in 1080p.
Same
it
here.
was...
Like, OBS was struggling with that running. I was like, I can do 60. Hey, man, don't besmirch Satan like that.
Yeah, Satan actually does his job. Yes, unreasonably epic music.
I really need to update the after shows inbox, and I can tell last time I don't update on it. It's just not on long enough to be a vulnerable target.
Check Varlog apt. I don't know. There's a var yum DNF or varlog yum that is really handy because it actually has the date for when the last time he ran a fucking thing is.
I know it's been geez, what? Probably like 5 or 6 months, but then again, it's on Debian 10, so. Not that that makes it anything proof, but
It's on old stale.
Yes.
it's on really stable.
It's like some CentOS 5.4 stable.
I would say like 7.3, but newer.
All right, while you're setting up the after shows and bits, I'm gonna go pee.
All right,
I'll be right back.
you do that.
Okay.
After show's on. Here we come. Woo woo.
Sandrew.
Don't worry, you guys get some audio in a second. I gotta do Discord guest. There we go. 2-4 shot.
Battle of the Baldies.
Give it a minute. 0 fills, so let me pull that. And RJ. Guest should be coming in. Allegedly, as soon as
I hear voices,
let me get audio coming in.
and they're in my head.
What do I have not
Oh,
wired
there's
up
a Pinky
correctly?
Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, hey Jill. Holy pink.
Very pink.
Wow.
Man. Yeah.
Hey Jill. I didn't know your room could get any
We got
pinker.
something not
I
set
didn't know.
correctly. We should be here. Oh, maybe I don't have. Wait, no. Oh, I
looks
wonder.
Well, I
like
can hear all of them, so
You can hear everyone?
yeah, I can hear everyone.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
Fascinating.
Sandman.
Lester, when first come on, how's the audio this time?
Why
Oxford coma.
am I not hearing them? This is
Alan.
I guess you're not. Like, Jill is saying everyone's name as she usually does.
Saying hi to everyone.
Roll call.
And Jordan.
Interesting.
And Ben.
Oh, I know why.
Take it-
I know
this is
why.
weird.
Because they weren't in the
Not
master
going to
boss.
monitor.
No, master.
Ah,
Yeah, I had to run
Oh,
through
give me
the
an
like
epileptic
what.
seizure.
Oh, there it is. It's that button I didn't click. Now that I click the button. Hello, everyone. How are we doing?
Oh, we're doing okay.
All right. Doing fantastic.
On this Sunday
TNG is
afternoon.
still back here working on Godot for his Oculus.
Right on.
Oh.
Nice.
All right, that's
Nice.
On my tech.
nice.
Even nicer.
Wait, do you call your kids like Oxford semicolon? And Oxford.
It's Harvard coma.
Oh, Harvard comma. All right.
Oh, okay, all right.
Mini coma.
Where am I looking to get set up? That,
Community
that.
college coma's on her way home now.
There you go.
Oof. I guess she is the less favored child.
Hey, someone's always got to take the brunt, you know, out of every child.
Hey,
He's in
man,
community
community
college,
college,
too. Also
those
not even
credits
18
transfer,
yet.
baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
am
it's
so glad that I
it's as
didn't
good
get
in
the
education
IPC
as anywhere else.
Yeah, you just
Like,
struggle through it, and
exactly.
they say till you pass. I'm
Absolutely.
like, good. All right, let's see if I can go learn some shit.
I mean, shit. I graduated with a community college degree. I don't have like a university degree. I'm doing okay.
Yeah, same. I have only.
I have a master's degree and I'm fucking poor.
Yeah, because all that money I
have
spent
a
on
GED.
I could have spent on a degree. I saved.
We kept his load light, but he actually started college at like 10 and a half.
Oh, yay, show off.
That's not bad. I didn't start until I was 16.
I can't keep up with half the crap he talks about. Alright, just trying to make sure he doesn't grow up to be Sheldon.
Well, I mean, he'd have to be an awful autistic stereotype in order to do that. So,
Yeah, yeah.
And we already have Jordan for that.
not a stereotype. I buck a bunch of the common autistic stereotypes, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Because I still can't tell when people are joking.
Yes, you can.
I think that's because you're Canadian.
No,
No, that's
has nothing to do with it.
bad joke there. Alright.
I mean, that one's just a bad joke. The punchline or comedy or anything.
Well, I mean, you gotta like refine yourself to the Canadian sense of humor.
It has to be dry and dark.
Have you seen Terrence and Phillip? I mean, come on.
Extremely dry.
Yep. Oh man, Kids in the
Canadian
Hall is
dries.
on Prime Instant
Not
Video
enough
now.
fart jokes.
What?
Yeah, I've been going through that. That's still pretty funny.
Yeah, you squeal
damn
about that.
straight.
Yeah.
Kids in the Hall is hilarious. I used to watch
Eradicator.
that all the
Yeah.
time right after school.
Yep.
The pit of penultimate darkness.
Yes.
Sir Simon
Mr.
Milligan.
Monsieur Heavy Pied or whatever, Mr. Heavy Feet.
All right, there we go. I see Ben's again.
Damn,
The
son,
head
you were
crusher.
quick.
Oh shit. I guess.
Game you attempted to join us fooled.
What can I say?
Yeah, I know. I just clicked the button. It's like, poof, done. Right.
Oh, wow, it's full
Yeah.
already.
Oh,
Jesus.
full already.
I have been known to be a predator of sorts. I don't know. Can't prove anything. We'll just leave it at that.
Well, Sandy,
Oh,
Sandy,
okay,
you're
I
my
see
people.
why.
You know what it's like to get that nasty prison
Oh, try
Kool-Aid.
this again.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Also, FX Boy Forever, I could be a Jewish stereotype with this hair. Very easily.
Try again, Jill.
You're just missing the fro. Like, it has to be a full-on fro.
I mean,
Never
I just have to
mind.
untie my hair
Never
and we'll
mind.
do that.
I'll switch it.
Yeah, the bar mitzvah fro.
It was no. I still have photos from my bar mitzvah. It was a lot like more like
Yay.
round and
Yeah.
Jill, do you want me to drop out so you can get in?
I took
Yeah, me do that.
Game you can play. How about that?
No,
Yeah.
Jill. Try again, try again.
Yeah,
Okay.
try now, Jill.
I just dropped.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mir. Oh,
You're welcome,
Mr.
Jill.
Murder.
It's not often you get to join the after show.
Patrick, you're so nice.
What are you
I'm
sucking
in the
up
other
for?
.ca.
The other dogs.
I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I'm looking for the most malicious map.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I think the soccer one with like the fucking one end up high and the other end on the bottom is the most malicious map.
Yeah, that was pretty freaking malicious.
Exponential, you say? What?
Yeah, that one's pretty malicious. And it is very uneven in its malice too, which makes it even more malicious.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Classic plateau.
All right, let me pull that down.
That looks
My
like
name
that.
is Atto. I like to get plateaued.
All right, everyone.
No. If it's like Linus and Luke were attempting to pronounce nouveau, how do you say that?
Plateau?
Plateau.
Not bad.
Shut up, Pedro.
Plateau Barata
Pedro, you-
necktie.
Nick too.
Alright, where am I? I'm over here.
Oh, this
Okay.
does not. This ends the opposite of well for everyone
Oh.
involved.
Yeah.
Where is stream chat? There it is. There we go.
Go to my Dutch.
Scoochie?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I can carefully.
It's Coochie Boochies.
We're gonna do that and go.
Who do I got? I got.
Yeah.
Ow.
Gotcha.
Oh, Jesus. What is that?
That's
My
probably on the
armor.
front
Ow.
proxy.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Yeah, that
Let's go
right.
dancing.
Maybe this will do.
You don't need that much power there, Foxy.
Yeah, I know.
Debatable. Debatable.
Use all of it.
Okay, no, it needed a bit more.
Taste the rainbow.
This is good.
Run! I'm nearly stuck.
Listen, Ben, sometimes in life you end up in a rut.
Okay, aim for Sandy.
get yourself out
Understood.
of it.
I got it. Aim for Sandy.
No, don't aim for Sandy. I'm right next to Sandy. What are you doing?
Yeah, you'll love to see it. I don't love to see it. Ow.
Oh, not that.
Viva Pinata.
Hola, bitches.
All right.
Okay, this was probably a little too far off,
Go, banana.
but peel,
It'll work
banana.
just like it does in the real life. Go, banana.
Yes.
That's not good. That's not good.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's really not good.
316. I'll take that.
Oh.
I forget what Moon. I forget what
Moon's.
Moon's does, but I'm gonna try.
Just shoots a bunch of moons.
I'm just imagining that boss fight from
might
I
have
Want to Be the
overshot
Guy,
this.
where like the moon just falls out of the sky and you have to fight it.
Do not fire moons up. Because they're not going to work. Have to even fire them straight or down.
Go, chicken. Arise.
Chicken.
Yes.
Ah, I got chickens.
Oh, no! Ow. Oh, God damn it.
Ah,
Put that there.
we got a succubus. I see.
Hopefully that'll be a flippity
That's
doodah.
the word you
for
can
everyone.
use. Yes.
Well, don't talk about Peter like
Come on,
that.
baby, work.
That's rude. You're gonna make him hold his hands up again.
I overshot
Oh,
that.
God damn it. I'm the wrong way.
Okay.
The taste of the rainbow.
La Lune. La Lune. I got some good hits with that one.
I have no idea what this is gonna do.
Ow. Ow. That hurts.
You know what? I just want to take this moment to thank Michael for being the sacrificial tank.
He's in the front lines
Foxy.
doing things.
He's cut off now, man, unless he goes
We
play.
got you know what shit we gotta take out Alan. I think
Alan's
he's been-
back all the way.
yeah, he's been sitting there
I
pretty.
have
He's
no
got
idea
more
what
health
this thing does,
than
but we'll see. Oh, that's what it does.
All right, come on.
Oh, what the twinkler! My
Very
God.
good. That's 2 in 1 round.
Fine.
all right.
Somehow we got to get Mr. Alert. I don't know how.
No pressure. None.
I have
Not-
2 back rollers.
I have
got-
a handgun apparently, and
Anyone got a mole or tunneler? 'Cause
Nice,
I don't know.
Alan. Oh.
Oh wow, that was
Sparkly.
Sparkle,
Gotten
I have a
close.
bulger.
sparkle.
all right.
I have a bulger. I could try to go for
Pedro,
a
you
bulger.
need to get up and walk around. That's just the blood all settling in
dear.
one spot.
Yeah,
I've been sitting. Well, I did move at the start of the match. I nestled up with Sandy because it was cozy.
yeah. Alan has one of those things called being good at math. Wow.
God damn it. Went the wrong way.
Really? I thought that was just called a shitload of
okay.
rock in front of him.
Also that that's being good at rock math, man. Don't hate.
Man,
Don't hate the rock
taste
math.
the rainbow.
Rainbows.
Or not? It's optional.
In front of
Listen,
the
Oh, get fucked.
Seriously, get
fucked.
fucked. Right, I guess we're shooting the bottom portal then.
Okay, hold on. I got a molehill. Let's see if I can.
I think I got a
You
digger.
just gotta land.
Good.
near.
Alan's got a mountain.
I think that.
No, that didn't. Oh, let it be.
You know what, Alan? All you have to do is just wait them out. They'll kill each other.
You know, I'm mad, but he's right.
Facts.
You know what? Shit, we have items. We should fucking use those.
Oh shit! Yes.
I have a jetpack.
Just go.
That still hit me a little bit.
Let's
Not
do
really seeing the
jetpack.
downside here, Matthias.
Surprising.
Let's do wee.
What the hell? You fucking Dalek.
Jordan's using items.
Yeah. Eat shit.
There's no we in tanking.
All right. Tunneler, I think. Does Tunneler go through shit?
You're gonna find out, right?
Yeah.
It might hit Foxy the way you're aiming.
Ooh.
So close.
Foxy.
One off.
All right.
Yeah.
Nothing to use.
Okay, I gotta move away from Paige.
Oh, that's. Oh,
We're doing
that's
too
neat.
much butt stuff here.
Hey, brother.
Talk dirty to me, Sandy.
Meow meow. Meow meow meow.
That looks like a giant mince.
Yum, yum, yum.
Oh, there it goes. Boom.
Unclump.
Okay, that's it.
All right, I'm gonna use my tracer, and it's gonna show me where the shot is gonna go. I think. No. Okay.
You gotta shoot it first.
Hush.
All right.
No. I mean, there's an item that said it was supposed to do that.
Hush up, Chad.
Oh, shut up, sweet baby. No one cares what you think.
Jib jab.
That black roller fucked me.
Okay.
Oh wow, that was lucky.
Nothing. I got nothing on that.
Buy a lottery
I
ticket,
screwed
Alan.
that one in
Oh,
the food.
fuck it.
No, he's used up all his luck here. He's gonna walk outside and get hit by a bus.
From the sky.
Yeah.
Driven by a raptor.
Oh.
Acid rain.
Damn it, climate change.
Oh my god.
All right. I have a knife.
I have.
Well, then you need to get into shanking distance.
I see you've
That's
played
what-
Takey
that's what I-
Stabby.
No, that didn't work at all.
it did.
That was,
that was a good one.
Oh no.
Sling.
I hit him with the guppies.
yeah.
Sorry.
All right, I
Fish
think.
away.
You know, I like it when the right side of the screen is reflective when it fucking feels like it.
If it has a little purple glow, it's reflective. But where the purple glow stops is where it stops being reflective.
Ooh.
I was hoping he was gonna miss all of those because that would be amazing.
that would have been nice.
All right.
Okay.
Fuck
All
this,
right, let's
go.
see if we can dodge the.
Oh, hello.
Dodge this, motherfucker.
I'm just gonna shoot the drone, and he's gonna kill Mr. Lord for me.
Right there.
Okay, then
Best of
it's
both worlds.
And you still didn't.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, no, I didn't.
So,
Yeah, yeah, baby.
yep.
Stab a bitch. Stab a bitch.
Oh no, now what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah,
You
oh, fuck.
gumshoes. Well, Alan's made his
Don't
choice.
stand, man.
Yeah, there I go.
And all right. Great success.
Nice, Sandy.
Achievement unlocked.
Hey, Joe.
Ooh, level up.
Thank you.
Now we just need capture the flag and we'll be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got 50 points on banana.
I got nothing.
Hello, not a duck.
I got a tank.
I got the sinister nest. Ooh.
Duck, duck, go, not a duck.
Hey, not a duck.
Quack.
Oh, look, it's that
Quack,
duck.
quack.
Shuba.
Don't call him Howard.
Rebound?
I don't know what rebound is.
I would never call him Howard.
Man, I have no idea. Ah, classic. Map. Yep.
Oh, Nightbot.
Okay.
Oh, we're ready? Okay.
Not what's being goofy tonight.
Usually Ven takes a minute to figure out
Ooh.
what map.
Oh, is it
my.
does rebound involve a lot of reflective surfaces?
What? It sounds like no. It just involves shooting Jordan a lot in front of me because he's right there.
Yeah.
No, it
Sounds
says
about
right
right.
down there, all shots must first bounce off a bumper.
Sure.
And I. That's it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm actually gonna work on this one. But
Oh no, I'm gonna die instantly. It's gonna be amazing.
Nope. I am gonna die horribly.
I shot the drone and it did something for me instead.
Wait, what?
That's
Yes,
the
it's
spirit.
gotta
Alan.
rebound.
That's the spirit. Wait, what? Huh?
Okay, okay. I see.
oh, now what?
Okay, so if it's gonna rebound, we're gonna rebound right off of there.
Off Grimace's head, across the arches.
Oh god, my aim is horrible at the best of times.
I have no idea if this will work at all. I am not good at math.
Come on, purple thing. Maybe. Yeah. Purple thing. King purple thing. I think. I got
Well, I meant to hit Ven, but I hit Pedro, so I got that going for me.
Somehow my shot did not rebound off the
Holy
thing.
Jesus.
Wait, where? Oh. Wow. This.
I wonder if shots go through all of them or just some.
I think shots go. If you're in the middle, you can shoot out, but they can't shoot.
No,
Yeah.
you can't. You can't.
Nope.
Right
You can't
next
shoot
to
out?
Baltimore, but I can't hit him.
Nope. Nope.
No, he should just shoot to test.
Oh,
Yes,
Alan, you
that's
gotta
what I'm
shoot
gonna
at
do.
the edge of the level. Alan, shoot at the edge of the level and have it bounced off.
One of my
There's a
previous shots did. It didn't work.
Well, then you're fucked. I'm sorry to help. Sorry to
All right. Where did mine go?
Go
Oh,
my
where-
moves. I don't know where they went, but they went somewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna be here. Hi.
I'm gonna go this way.
Hey.
I like how we've all sort of
I'm
clustered
gonna go
together. The LGC crew is like trapped in this thing with no way to injure each other. It's like,
Yes.
Listen, we'll kill each other last.
yeah, I think that's like we're teaming up temporarily.
Woohoo! Oh,
Yay, I got some damage.
Damn it!
I hit no one with that.
I hit no one with that either. Excellent. I'm gonna stay in here.
All right, time for my Hail Mary, I think. Yeah, let's go with this. Time for the
I
R. Kelly
have-
cannon.
I
Is
am
it the R. Kelly cannon?
the pedophile
That
cannon.
must be the stream. The yellow stream.
yay!
Yay, roller, get up. Oh, fuck you, roller.
Pedro,
Thank you, magic circle of bullshit.
Man,
Much
this,
appreciated.
Oh,
this level
wise
is gonna
magic
fucking
circle
take
of
forever.
bullshit.
My God.
The magic circles by me.
You know what? Let's see. Do we have something that... Yeah, that's about right.
Here's hoping this does something.
Yeah, yep, I know this too.
There's a lot of that going on this round.
Yeah. Is there a turn maximum here?
Woohoo!
Oh, we're up.
Damn it!
Where the fuck did my thing go? Okay, never mind.
Alright.
What about you? Let's try you.
Yeah, let's just go with that.
Okay. Well, I guess we're just going with Chaos Kong now, because fuck it.
Yeah. Fuck it. I never was an artillery, so no. I got something. Yay.
Damn it!
Oh, yeah, actually hit someone
Those
this time.
bouncy balls.
Oh, we'll let chaos and
Oh, poor
Oh,
X.
Lord.
Oh,
Chaos
Those bouncy balls
reigns.
did things.
You know what? I got 19 XP out of that. That was worth it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
All right, let's.
I'm in my
let's-
circle of death. Fuck all of you.
I have no idea if this will even like resemble working, but RNGesus take the wheel.
Whoa! That didn't do anything. Damn.
Yeah, I took that.
split
Yeah.
between them.
Crap, I hit myself.
Yeah, I can't
Oh,
go
don't.
anywhere. Really.
Okay, just bounce off the thing. Just bounce off the thing.
You amateurs, I found a way to die. You can too.
All right, let's fucking.
Oh, fuck, I missed it.
The fucking rainbow went everywhere except where I wanted it to go. I took no.
Jeez.
What the fuck? Ow,
went on
my
for a while.
bum. My bum, man. What did I get? I got nothing.
I got 12.
The hell's yin yang yang?
Impending death.
All right, let's try guppies. Hey!
Ow.
Yeah! More bullshit.
All right, well,
what is
this slightly works in my favor.
Yeah, this is a but take a minute, unless somebody does some catastrophic self-harm.
Holy shit, I am about to fuck. I didn't see that little pointy thing in front of me. Oh no! Missed it completely.
Let's go, my little flamers. Damn it. Damn it.
No.
Thank you, black hole.
Jeez.
That black hole was why I scored a hit on
There
you.
you go.
It was pretty good.
Cold.
Soundgarden gonna sue somebody, man.
Work.
Black hole son of a
Won't you
bitch.
come? Won't you come?
Shut up, Eddie Vedder.
How
You
dare
weren't
you
invited.
besmirch? Do not besmirch 90s mumble rock.
What a wizard on a whale. Oh, baby. I killed Pedro.
And I killed you. So
Alan's still hanging on by a
That
thread. That escalated
I
quickly,
don't know
didn't
who
it?
even got it.
Yeah.
Is that Foxy?
I mean, shit. Oxford, if you could just kind of like build yourself a little fort, you might be able to win this.
yes.
You could
I
build
thought that's
some
what I was doing.
rudimentary
mistake.
lathe, but that would help.
He doesn't need a lathe, he has a tank. Tanks are like 1,000 lathes.
Does it come back down?
Oxford.
Ah, didn't bounce. Didn't bounce.
Flying.
All right.
There goes Foxy.
Come on,
the
Foxy.
Run.
Find a new way to fuck it up. Just find a new way to lose.
That's it, man. North America versus Britannia Light.
Southern Hemisphere, Texas.
Alabama with a coastline.
Hey, Alabama doesn't have poisonous scorpions. Spiders. All right, boing, boing.
I almost pooped myself on that one.
Boing. No boing.
Okay, no, that was a whiff.
Okay, there you go. Now you both can risk blowing your ass up.
Yes.
Fuck me, I've got no shot. Oh. I can't move. Oh, god damn it.
The perfect time for hardware failure, right?
Yeah. Oh no, my
It's
internet
because of the angle.
Shoot better.
My king.
Lag.
Wow.
I had no shot, so fuck
Hey.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was a millimeter
Foxy
away.
showered
Kill
himself with
yourself, Foxy.
fireworks.
There you go. That's
Get
really easier.
sucked.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way to take a shot without getting hit.
Yeah.
I mean, don't let that stop you. Come on.
I mean, that
Yeah,
would
I
be
gotta really
one heck
embrace
of a
the
skill
epic
shot.
music now.
Nope.
Oh,
It is so epic for just being two people
good shot,
firing and missing
Oxford.
at each
That was a
other.
hard one.
I mean, now the epic music is fitting.
Yeah. It's but you have to realize in context it's the background music for a slap fight, right? Like it is two people going like "Ah!" at each other. As
A valiant effort on both ends there.
Foxy said fuck it, he's just gonna try and close the distance.
Embrace the inner neon.
I mean shit, he's got the health to tank it, right? Like
Right?
Yeah.
That's something I want to learn to do is make neon signs.
gotta bend glass and
That's not hard.
Yeah.
It's getting the gas and all that charged in. It's going to be a pain in the ass.
And learn how to blow.
Oh,
more of a
come on,
pattern
we've been
than
doing this
gas.
podcast for 10 years. We know how to blow.
That's sucking, Jordan. That's not
Well,
blowing.
yeah, we've learned how to suck. Blowing.
Hopefully it's a different method.
That was a little too
there's a
far,
mumble
Foxy.
that you
Okay,
go with it.
well, I know how to blow. I don't know about the rest of you.
You know what?
This could be an easy bank shot. Could be.
Yeah,
Could be,
there's
but
a
it's-
relatively
let's not-
flat there.
I'm predicting. I'm on Team Egregious Self-Harm on this one.
This is the meme where like the cat is about to make the jump, a bunch of math flashes in front of it, and then it just falls.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, we got two hits. We got
By
two
the
hits,
power
one
of
from each
Zeus.
side.
Foxy.
All right,
Good run, Oxford.
That calls for a drink.
you're the man now, Fox Dog. Hey, I leveled up.
Hey, level up.
I have
And I
tokens
unlocked
and
the
shit.
spiker.
Challenge.
I got a disco
And
ball.
I got a
Nice.
spike.
Level 69. Nice.
Giggity.
Nice.
Nice.
Giggity.
Map unlocked.
I like it.
Tank part. Ooh, tiered gun. I got a thingy. Hey, my roller leveled up. I got a heavy roller now.
Oh, that's nice. All my stuff is still
okay.
default.
All right.
Alright.
I'm only level 7, no big deal.
Shocker is the. That's football, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
that's the footy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, wrong one.
What do you think, Jordan? Pick one. You know what?
Let's go with steppings.
Steppings. Up, down, left, right.
You scrolled past it. It just flashed by the screen.
Okay. Come on, team, not left side.
Yeah.
Really banking on that 50-50.
Yep. Listen, it worked out last time.
Come on.
Listen, it's only 50-50.
See how many times
Yeah.
Ben changes it just so that we have to keep clicking ready. Is that on
I'm
purpose?
just watching for him to click ready on the feed. So it's like, okay, I'll
Yep.
stop doing that.
All right, well, you're the only one that needed to be ready.
You're the up one now, dog.
Okay,
Yes.
They swapped it around.
Okay. Oh, and the wind's going in this direction too. Excellent.
A little bit.
Yes. There's wind. Oh, fuck, there's wind. Okay.
Yeah, that's
there's wind.
bad for us. Good for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
eat shit and die.
Has anyone got any builders or something like that?
I got Bilbos.
I have a digger.
Well, hey.
I do have a
wow,
builder,
yes.
actually.
Oh.
Come on.
So I'm going to
Come on,
build-
Mr. Digger.
Yes, Bull.
Come on. Keep
Bull,
bouncing.
you know where you want to go.
Bounce.
Oh,
Keep the ball there.
Yeah.
That's all we had to do.
Okay, under and over of self-goal coming.
Please do.
Jordan, if I try and hit it, it might bounce back.
Then don't hit it.
Jordan, why don't you try to hit it so it'll bounce back?
I was asking if
It's
you
not
had any
my-
strategy.
there is no might. It is going to bounce back.
Yeah.
There's no angle.
There's
See if I
the
can lower the
force.
field on their side.
All right, y'all locked in. Jill, make a choice.
There it goes.
Point. There it is.
No.
Ah, do we got two?
More points.
All right, I tried to build up the defense. That was my move.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of messed up. And by
You
kinda,
done
I mean,
goofed.
and by kinda, I mean totally dropped the ball.
Jordan's trying
I
to
dropped
win.
the ball on that one. That was my fault.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm trying to put up a good fight. I have lost all hope of actually winning.
Okay.
It's in the hole.
Deep hole there. Yep.
I still have no items. Boo.
Neither do I.
I have an EMP
One
blast.
tracer and that's it.
Everyone has overcharge and fortify, but that eats a turn. You get them with the
Yeah.
drops.
Yeah.
You gotta go you have to go out of your way to get them.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got it.
Whoa. Bye.
Oh.
Up we go.
Whoop.
Hey!
Upsy pupsy.
Oh!
Bye.
Let's go
There
in
it
the hole.
That's some hacker bullshit right there.
Good ball.
With opposition like this.
All right, I'm gonna
You
use.
can eat it.
We got some fucking
I'm gonna
motherfucking
use the
Chief
vulture to
O'Brien in
try
the
and-
holodeck episode shit going on right now.
I feel like Chief O'Brien in that episode where he was tortured in a psychic prison for 100 years and had to kill his best friend. That's how I feel right now.
Yes, go back. Yes.
Hey,
Yes. Thank
live
you.
by the spicy bullshit, die by the spicy bullshit.
No, come on. Come on back. Aww.
All right, I'm gonna play goalie, I guess.
All right, team, then.
Okay.
You got a point. You're on the board.
Goalie?
Right.
By the way, developers, it should be us, not you.
All right,
Oh,
No.
I'm building up some defense.
I see you, tank waiter.
I know. I'm waving it around for everyone to see. Wiggle, wiggle,
Wiggle.
wiggle, wiggle.
Give us a little shake there, Jordan.
I can't. It's not my turn.
Listen, man, he stuffs his barrel.
It's
Once you guys are done, then I can wiggle my wiener. Fuck.
get out of here.
That
Okay.
bull was safe.
I forgot to account for the wind.
Yeah, the wind that seems to always be blowing in our direction.
Wind
What the
kicks
fuck?
ass. I love it.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm giving a
Always.
hug.
What was that? The wind.
I thought I saw going the red goal. Why did you give them a point?
Because it went into our goal. Oh,
Yes.
that didn't work.
Confused.
That's good. This is good. We can work with this.
I'm just raining down covering fire at this point.
My plan backfired.
And just hope it comes
My
down
defensive
to it.
structure has been destroyed.
You know what?
Sandy, I need you to carry this team.
It's a lot more even than it was. Sandy's glowing. You just leave him alone, okay?
Yeah, no, he's going Super Saiyan. I don't know what's happening here.
I have nothing that I have no instant exploding weapons.
There we go.
So I am firing, hope for the best.
Nope. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
No.
Oh, okay.
That hill needs to go down.
No, it doesn't. That hill is just fine.
That hill
Fine,
must
just
go.
Fine. There you go.
wind is 94 clouds to the left.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay, right. Wind. Thank you for reminding me. Now I have to adjust my shot.
Oh,
Woo! Wow, damn it!
Woo!
No.
That almost hit it if it wasn't for the rest of you assholes.
It had only been 93 clouds. We would have had that.
Man. Hey, Homer, I can see your dude.
There we go.
Ah, too hot. It still went up, but it was a little too hot.
Yeah, we didn't have enough
Too hot
clouds.
for Twitch.
Yes, let's all have a serious think about how you're going to get ball out of that. Good luck.
All right, let's see what this does.
oh, shizzle.
Oh.
Whoa, no.
Oh, shizzle.
No.
Shizzle, motherfucker. Shizzle, motherfizzle.
We did it.
All right,
not
it's
good.
the jizzle.
All right, now
Shizzle.
do that shot again.
Perfectly, but on your own goal this time.
Yeah. Yes, take down your own hill. Yes.
I set myself on fire.
I keep forgetting
Thank
about
you.
the wind.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
the
thank you
wind
for
was
reminding me about the
stronger than
winds.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Well, it's variable, right? Like it tells you the.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Hey.
No. Oh,
Okay.
that's better than nothing.
But we hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
hit the
it
ball
as long
once.
as it didn't go in our net. It's good.
Yeah.
Pedro, are you gonna get your rocks off?
I'm gonna hide under the rocks.
This ball is apparently immune to a gravitational constant. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, this ball never obeyed physics. Let's be real. And to pretend it did, to pretend otherwise is a fucking lie.
Yes, true, but it is exhibited signs of physics curious.
Nice.
It attempted to physics on occasion. It never really worked.
All right, Sandy, maybe when you
see how this is gonna
utilize
go.
that strat, just blow the hell out of it and let's see what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, the LGC mantra. Blow the hell out of it. See what happens.
Boom!
Yes.
It came back.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Oh, come
Yes.
on, come on, come on.
No.
It went into a different hole.
Yes, but a hole further away from ours.
All right.
Let's. I have no idea. If this is gonna
70.
work. Here, that's the thing with this stupid mode. You can line it up, but if someone else shoots it before you do, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Bye.
Where am I going?
Yes.
Bullshit! 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 Spicy bullshit! Spicy bullshit!
Oh my goodness.
Well, last turn. It's anyone's game. They could score on those cells 3 times. It's completely possible. The wind's going in that direction.
It is completely possible, yes.
It's true. All we had to do is not score on ourselves.
Yeah, we
Easier said than
didn't do
done.
that at all.
Well, you
so-
jinxed it now.
Bones.
Come on, baby. Oh!
Nope. All right. Well. Oh,
right,
we got
so-
one last shot. One last shot. One last shit.
And we have definitely seen it score 2 goals in one shot.
Yes.
We have.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
This very game.
But that was also very one-sided, the other game.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, whoa, whoa.
Gesundheit.
Come on. Come on. Yeah.
Nestled in the crap.
Bad ball.
Right.
Aw.
I got
We
defeat.
at least got.
Hey, I leveled up. I unlocked Spaz.
You are a spaz.
I was an MVP.
You did. It was with the spaz was
Yes.
within you the whole time.
Goddamn, if I was an MVP, everyone got a trophy on that one then. Participation trophies.
Wow.
Participation.
I mean, that's
Participate.
it's a perfectly serviceable game.
I got 1 gear.
Oh, I get to spin the wheel. Right.
I forgot to do
I
all
spin the
that.
wheel.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll forget to do it next time. Don't worry.
Today.
10 gears. Yay.
Daily bullying.
I got 1.
So apparently
Yay.
today I have won my 20th game of Shell Shock,
Oh, nice.
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 according to this achievement.
You're keeping track? Oh,
No, there's an achievement that popped up that says that. So I don't know. It's always
Take it
fun
as
with
you
like
will.
the game statistics achievements where it's like, yeah, you've chopped down like 10,000 trees. Huh. Okay.
you know what? If I
I've
hit an
destroyed
achievement
100
like that,
animals'
that would be.
lives.
You got to imagine like coming up with something like that. You got to look at the psychology behind it because if I've got a notification like, fuck, time to put this game down, man. We need to go knit or some shit, man.
I mean, yeah. Stanley Parable is full of that shit. Like,
Or if you want like a AAA game, Mad Max. The last achievement, you can only get it if you do all the one-time achievements that are awfully specific in the game. One of them is literally called being overtly specific, which means you have to destroy an enemy car while riding a certain archangel in the middle of a storm.
I got that one.
Fair enough.
It's like, that's way too specific. Give me a little leniency
Yes.
on that one.
And they're all like that. All of those are like that. It's like
Okay.
one archangel,
That
one condition,
and a
one
storm.
type of thing.
I did something that required me to fucking go find a storm, which wasn't hard in that game. Just stay, hang out for a minute and try to do something. Here comes a storm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was powered to that.
It also killed your frame rate.
You know what? Not as bad as what has irritated me. I'd really like to finish Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but I'm at the point in the game to where if you so much as swing at somebody, it will spawn 3 fucking bounty hunters, minimum, out of nowhere, and they will start zooming in. You're just fucked. Like,
Yeah.
Mad Max was fun. I had a good time with Mad Max right up into the point. It was the only game where I decided, because we were struggling for Linux games back in these days, that I was going to 100%. And I got the one bug where the guy was trapped under one base where you couldn't clear the fucking base. It was a known bug and there was no way around it.
Yeah.
And was it at a checkpoint too?
It was just a known bug in a game. It's like one of the bases to clear it out. It was
Oh,
just-
so it always happened, yeah.
yeah, there was nothing to do. I mean, he showed up on the map, but you couldn't get to him.
Yeah, that's,
I knew
that's
I
a
was
piss
fucked
off.
when I Googled it, and Google was like, autocomplete that? I'm like, goddamn. Maybe there's a...
Yeah, don't you love it? It's like, oh, so this is a known issue. Cool.
Yeah.
But sometimes Google fucks with you because its text prediction is just it knows what you're going to search. So sometimes it's like, do you have a result for this? No, I just thought you were going to type that.
Yeah, if you want, like, really expensive autofill, buy a Jetta or buy a VW.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can see that.
I'll take care of it.
Jettas are good cars.
My
V-dub.
daughter just survived an accident because of one.
V-dub, y'all.
They're fine, but every single, like, known problem is a legitimate known problem, and it will fucking happen. It's just a matter of time. And they live up to VW's reputation for electronics and wiring and, like, gremlins.
But I thought the German
like how
engineering.
they detect that they're under an emissions test and then give doctored results. Yeah,
They got that nailed, baby.
yeah.
If you're gonna do it right.
And if they don't, they'll just fake it.
Yeah.
The thing is like, all manufacturers were doing it.
yeah.
It was just like Jetta, VW was just doing it so egregiously.
They got caught. Yeah, that was.
They were the ones that got caught.
It's like the old saying, you can do what you want, just don't get caught.
Well, you're not doing anything wrong until you get caught. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, if the balance sheet is still positive after you paid all the fines, you done good.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're positive, boys.
You turned a profit, or at least you didn't go into the red. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it still is a serviceable car. I mean, that is my reliable, like, okay, I just need to give somewhere. Boom.
I mean, it's a sensible automobile for sensible people, right? Like, it's like decently fuel efficient. You know,
you don't have to check the
it
rad
fits
every
person.
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Brakes work.
Doesn't randomly
catch on fire.
explode.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a boring ass car. It's like, yeah, someone bought this because they didn't want to deal with car shit.
I don't know, man. I still miss my, what was it? The family roadster. The old station wagon that I had. That was my first car.
Did it have
That
the
thing
seats
was
that like
amazing.
flipped in the back?
Yeah, I did.
And,
yeah.
and you
I
could
love
have like the
those
rear
bags.
facing
Like
seats.
the big open space, trunk space.
Oh, yeah.
No, it didn't have the rear facing seats. But it had like the wood paneling sides.
So the kids can
Classic
see the
roadsters.
lorry hitting them.
Green.
Yeah.
Dirty ass green. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That thing would squeak every time you'd open up the door. It sounded, one of my buddies from school was like, kind of sounds like the Millennium Falcon when it would open up like that. So I spray painted Millennium Falcon on the side of it.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
Yeah. That was badass.
Did you call it the aluminum Falcon?
Yeah, pretty much. The Steel Falcon.
My wife just bought a car magnet for me. Says my other car is the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
Hopefully not that one.
I like those bumper stickers that say "My other car is the bus."
Please ride my tail more.
LGC. There we go. How big are we? That's not too bad. 393 gigs.
Oh, nice.
There's one show.
And it was shorter than usual because, like, I showed up late, and you guys were already on the freaking review. I was like, "Holy crap!"
That is a lie, Mr. Martin. Okay, you
We
want to
spent like a
You were just
good
extra
long
late.
while. We spent a good long while talking about old Linus, and then
Oh, and his stream.
yeah, we spent a while.
Experience and GitHub.
We spent a while on the 3090. We spent a while on the Twitch thing. Yeah.
We will take
I've
under and over.
actually
How
run into
long
the GitHub thing.
do you think the show was, gentlemen?
I'm gonna say an hour and 10.
110? Under and over?
An hour and 27 minutes.
127? All right. Let's have a look. Survey says
142.
An hour and 42.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That's a bit. I thought 127 was already overshooting it a little. No.
yeah, it's a
Okay.
chunky one.
Yeah, so
Okay. So did you guys start early or something?
yeah, kinda, yeah. We were like, we're gonna stick to the taco clock, but then we ended up like,
Yeah, that lasted a whole of a segment.
Well, I mean, we didn't. I let the taco clock cycle twice. We made good time with the show because it was 11 o'clock when we got into the after show.
yeah.
Yes.
That's why I was like, man, you guys got to the review pretty freaking quickly.
We just didn't spend like 30 minutes
Like, I always
between
remembered-
each and every segment. So,
Yeah.
like,
True. Very true.
I mean, if we ever had to power through, you got to consider we would be done at 9:30 ish.
Yeah.
Yep. I can see that.
Well, yeah, and you'd have to imagine that like we would slow down about like we already start to slow down by the time the Steam News segment is coming to a close. We need that. We need that. Yeah, so going for a full news segment and a review afterwards, like we would be terse. That's okay. 2 chairs.
Then I'd need the mini fridge on the desk. It's like, okay.
No, man. Then it's like, hey, NVIDIA released a card. All right, next. What's up?
Yeah, can you buy it? Fuck no. Okay, moving on.
All right. Yeah.
Did he fall asleep or is he just looking down at something?
No, he just got lost.
Right.
He looks like he's falling asleep.
I'm here. I'm awake.
So did
Looking at
anybody,
Velociraptor memes.
does anybody outside of us have any hot takes on Linus's Linux?
I think
I
Linus,
couldn't watch it. I
I
couldn't
think
watch it.
Linus is going to fail, and Luke is in a better position. Just,
I'm just going to say it like
Seems to
every
be the
other
general
attempt at this.
consensus, yeah.
Everyone else.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that's the general consensus of everyone in the community so
See,
far that I've talked to.
The
It's
big
just gonna be
brain
the
play
same
is
as
that
anyone
there's
else. I don't
the
care.
big brain play is that there's a betting pool, and they're stacking it right. So Luke is
Yeah.
like
They're
coming out
shifting
strong.
the odds. yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta make
See-
Linus look good.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, it would definitely like lead me to believe like Linus is sandbagging just on the general principles. I don't believe anybody's that stupid
Yeah.
that you can.
Yeah, but you can't criticize him, otherwise you're being
You
toxic.
underestimate my twin brother, good sir.
No. It's no matter what I do, people will hate on it. So it does like you don't get to play that both sides shit. That's
Well,
No.
hang on. You got to throw that out. Then like do the and with certain toxicity. Anytime I hear the word toxicity, I'm like, you're about to write a check your ass can't get. Fucking cash. That's like not 100%, but there's a high probability somebody's about to say something that's indefensible.
yeah. Gotta preempt it.
No, I see it as just as every other attempt we've seen over the years of this. I'm going to use Linux for a
Well,
week and all this.
it's a publicity stunt at the end of the day, right? Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But you got the Steam Deck. It's
He's
running
writing the
and
Linux
all this.
thing.
Ah.
Well, my whole thing is this is like a little test run because they got to build up because they're going to have to cover the Steam Deck, like it or not. And
They need to know what they're talking about.
well,
yeah.
this
that
is
could be why he's running
you got to
Manjaro.
look at their audience.
So-
Hang on, this is their way to like give little baby snacks to their existing audience of like, hey, this is what a Linux is, and no, guys, we think it's really dumb too, but we also need to fucking cover it because we need to make money from it. So hey, nobody say anything about it, and let's just baby steps because you're pushing into like, but I click on the next buttons.
So here's my problem too, is that they're just fucking Linus especially, it looks like he's going in expecting everything to just work out of the box. He didn't fucking come up with a plan. If you're gonna move to another platform, you should come up with a fucking strategy ahead of time. No, doesn't that make sense? Yeah. To sort of scope out your work.
He could have just tested it on another machine that he's not using in production.
Well, no.
Play with it.
Well, even then, knowing ahead of time, saying like, okay, these are the parts I have. Let's do some preliminary research and understand the things that I need to watch out for to begin with, and what their solutions may be.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
He does this sort of shit with Windows. What do you need to be able to run Windows 11? He's done a video on it.
Now, I do want to go ahead and posit this for everyone, because when he does say, hey, I want to do like what a normal person would do, and like in his fucking defense, I'm talking here. Now, in his defense, is we've all seen what he's fucking doing done before.
Yep.
We've seen the, motherfucker, it all broke. I tried nothing. And nothing worked. I did no research. I installed Linux. Sucks. I can't, nope. I had this shit, son. No, you didn't. You had it. Linux's fault.
Also, again, especially because of his exotic ass use case, like, To say like I'd want to do what other people are doing and then have that weird setup, that's not what other people are fucking doing. Like that is disingenuous from the beginning. Like,
well, when you talk about exotic setups, I'm in the conversation.
But even then, like you have an exotic setup, right? Like I wouldn't ask you to just cold turkey do what you're doing under Windows right now, except as a cheap publicity stunt. With zero background, yeah, it would be a cheap publicity stunt.
Well, that's kind of the point of making YouTube videos.
Yep. Well, in this thing specifically,
he is going to have fun with the Go XLR, though.
See, like, from my point of view, like, remember, guys, like, GED. I'm not a freaking genius here, okay? I'm pretty much like what should be the average user of Linux. Even when I was starting to come into Linux back in 2010, I literally went on the internet. I had seen an advertisement about Ubuntu at the time, and I was like, oh, hey, I'm going to check this out because I needed to get off Windows. I was tired of Vista. So, checking out Ubuntu, I did a little bit of research, but at the end of the day, it was that dive in and learning as I went. And not everyone's going to have that idea. Some people need to have that, they need that time to research and the functionality and everything. Some people just need to just dive in, and I think it's like, yes, it's a publicity stunt at the end of the day, but I think the positive out of it is that some people are going to be like, well, what is everyone else in the chat saying? Like, they're saying he's doing it wrong, so what is this? Like, you will get some people that are going to be curious enough to actually research. Whether they get it right off the hop.
What I'm interested in is they say they're going to be putting stuff out. If Linus takes the time to like fully document his failures, which he might, and that gives people a place to like say, okay, well, here's where you failed. Let's investigate why. Like, let's understand where this came from. Let's try and reproduce this.
Now, I do believe that is what they're doing after watching last night's show of like, here's like, look at all this stuff that I've been writing down about.
Yeah.
But I think you're going to get two definite takes on it because I think Luke is going to be able to sit back and get everything up and working. That's not going to be, and I think Linus 100% is going to be able to do the same thing. I don't have any experience with Thunderbolt, so I don't know. I can't comment on the ins and outs of that.
As someone who's used at least two different models of the Dell Thunderbolt docks, they work out of the box, great. But it's just going from a laptop to two display ports out with Ethernet coming in. with the USB port replication going on. That's that
You
for
mean,
that basic stuff works great.
This one?
Yes.
Well, this isn't a Dell, but this one's Belkin Thunderbolt dock.
Yeah,
I have one I
the
use,
the
in
Generico
Linux
ones.
on my laptop.
Yeah.
Works great.
Yeah.
Those
I just-
actually work great.
I just bought this today.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Oh, the Pine phone ones.
It's similar to the Pine Phone one.
I mean, we could
except
play the
it doesn't
guessing
have
game.
the Ethernet on it.
Because we're seeing you like a little tiny window holding up a little tiny thing.
But yeah, like I
But
think
his
with
case
Thunderbolt-
is even harder than that because he's sending all the outputs and the inputs from his PC in another room through a single Thunderbolt cable to a splitter on the other end.
Yeah.
How is that going to be difficult? Oh, seriously, it's just
Don't know.
a bunch of Thunderbolt connections.
What is he splitting it
Fiber
to?
too in a
Yeah,
proprietary connector.
Yeah, is the
to
splitter just following
It's still
Thunderbolt's
Thunderbolt.
spec, or is it completely proprietary?
And again,
It's
what
not
what is it splitting? Is it just splitting the output? Like,
It's
does he
also
use that as a screen
Thunderbolt
recording,
over
or
fiber.
like what is he doing with it?
Yeah, we don't know.
It is running everything, all of his peripherals, his monitor, and everything else. So he basically has monitor, keyboard, mouse, microphone, all that shit running over one cable into
To
his
his
closet.
computer.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he just essentially has like a thin client on his desk. That's all right. Makes sense.
No.
It's
Like,
just the splitter. It's
not-
the splitter that splits
it's
the
a
Thunderbolt
splitter.
cable.
It's not-
right.
into-
Oh, okay. I misunderstood when I thought you meant like a display splitter or something like that, or like a KVM. That's where my brain went to.
It is sort of a KVM, but it's for the one
of.
machine that's in another
Right,
room.
yeah. So it's just a Thunderbolt dock.
So he's
it's just
bottlenecking?
a Thunderbolt dock.
Yes.
It's just a Thunderbolt dock. So then that in that case, Thunderbolt displays just show up as regular ass displays under Linux, right? Like
They should.
Thunderbolt
I don't
peripherals
see why they
should
wouldn't.
just
Yeah.
yeah. So
And he didn't
doesn't
say
seem
anything
like-
about having issues with that. What he said about having issues was sound, which I think he's done on purpose for the meme.
But
maybe.
he
We'll
just
see.
didn't have the
Or-
correct
or-
output.
Yeah.
Or
agree, Pedro.
another thing is that maybe his Thunderbolt dock fucked up and was not transmitting sound.
Or it was just trying to send sound to another device.
It's very clear he's using KDEs, and I have a feeling Luke is using GNOME. And there are things with KDE, weird things I found.
Ju-
I
jump
think
in-
it
jump
could be
in
the
right-
fact that he's bottlenecking his cables. That could be causing a mix-up there.
Well, I'm going to
But
say
he's running on fiber, so it would be the bottlenecking.
I don't think there's going to be any
shouldn't be
bottlenecking on
as
the
big of an
cables
issue.
because that would have exhibited that issue on the computer that he's been running just like that forever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there'd be a lot more packet loss, right? It's not that discriminatory. It's more indiscriminate.
But there was one highlight that I do remember from that stream was Luke got up and running into a game quicker than it took to find the screw for his M.2 drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you can see it on his face. He's going, "What the fuck were you doing? What the hell were you doing?"
Did it seriously just load?
Yeah.
I thought I had time, man.
But then you see. on
Well,
his
you
face
know
when
what? At the
Linus
end of
said,
the day,
didn't
I
get there."
really appreciate the dynamic between those two in the same room of Luke dealing with like he's just hey, I could reach over there and smite you just instantaneously, but you're my employer.
Yes, you're paying me
And
money.
you can see it on his face. He wanted to hit him. He's going, "What the hell are you doing?"
There's definitely that facial expression. Like, you
Yeah.
know what? Any other day. All right, Twitch. It's fun hanging out with you. We're gonna go say our goodbyes and good nights in Discord. We'll see you next week. Pedro, are you gonna play something other than running and guns?
Running with rifles. That was
Yeah,
a fun
but I've
game.
been
Playing a
Fun,
bunch of different games that I liked over the years that I want to show people.
This is yes or no.
That's it.
Yeah.
So yes, I will probably play something else other than running with a rifle.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
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 Oh yeah.
Yum.
No,